Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a pleasure for us to be here on the second day of our conference. This morning, we will be doing institutional activities and agenda. And I want to say a special good morning to the presenters this morning. Master Candice, the Alto Jones from the Children's Court, Claudette Richardson Pius from the NGO Children First Agency, Orlando Jackson, who will be with us shortly from the Ray of Hope, and Sharon Sargent, Strive Unit, the Psychiatric Hospital. This morning, our presenters have 15 minutes to present on the area of their expertise. I will be showing 10 minutes and also putting it in the chat, so my camera will be off. I will put on my camera when it's 10 minutes, 5 minutes to go, and 1 minute. Do have an excellent morning, and presenters, the best of wishes. Our first presenter this morning is Master Candice Cielto Jones. Admitted into the practice of attorney at law in 2002, after attaining her bachelor degree with honors from the University of the West Indies and legal education certificate from the Hugh Wooding School. Her journey has been very dynamic. As an attorney at law, she had the opportunity of private and public practice. While she serves in the Ministry of Attorney General, Master Cielto Jones provided legal advice for various ministries and state departments on behalf of the Chief State, Sanitary and Attorney General's Office. Today, a long journey, but today, Master Cielto Jones was appointed the Master of the High Court and is currently assigned to the Children's Court, the Children Court, Family and Children's Division. She proceeds over children matters, including domestic violence matters involving children, child in need of supervision application, and matters involving children in conflict with the law. This morning, Master Candice Cielto Jones will be presenting to us the Children's Court as an avenue to safeguarding the rights and well-being of children in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you very much. All protocols observed. It is my pleasure to be a part of this initiative representing the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago. So we are all aware of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, which embodies the guiding principles for the promotion of the well-being of the child in all respects. If we consider, for instance, Article 3 and 19, states are required to consider the best interests of the child and take all appropriate measures to protect the child from all forms of abuse. Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory to the CRC, and in keeping with our obligations, we enacted a suite of legislation aimed at safeguarding the rights of the child, and among these are the Children Act and the Children's Authority Act. It should be noted that Section 81 of the Children Act mandates that a children court shall sit in a building different from those at which ordinary adult sittings are held. So the CRC and Section 81 necessitated the development of a children court with its own unique processes, specialized staff, and child-appropriate facilities to meet the interests and circumstances of the child in the court system. The Children Court, a specialized division of the Family and Children Division of the High Court, was established under Section 4 of the Family and Children Division Act, number 6 of 2016. The objectives of the court include, inter alia, applying a rehabilitative and trauma-informed approach to child justice, simplifying the process of hearing children matters, applying a solutions-based approach to children matters, early and credible assessment of the risk level of the child, and provision of appropriate services and programs for the child and family. Complementary subsidiary legislation were also implemented, such as the Judges' Rules for Children 2016 to guide the police in the treatment of the child in conflict with the law, and the Children Court Rules 2018. The Children Court Rules guide the operation and procedures of the court. The overriding objective of the rules is to enable the court to act in the interest of justice and to promote a children justice system that will deal with children matters justly. So dealing with children matters justly include upholding a child's right to be heard and effective and robust case management of all proceedings in order to ensure a just and timely determination of each case. So where a court is required to make a determination of what is in the best interest of the child, the court shall consider and evaluate all factors affecting the child, having regard to the child's age and developmental needs. So in proceedings, safeguarding the child's right to be heard is paramount. In this regard, the legislation introduced the children's attorney, whose role is to represent and safeguard the interest and voice of a child in any proceedings to which the child is a party. The children's attorney, though an attorney at law, does not represent the child's legal interest or defense, as in the case of a legal representative. So for the child witness, the court may appoint an intermediary to communicate in a manner the child understands any questions posed, as well as to communicate the responses of the child to the court or persons asking the questions. And where there is doubt about the child's ability to speak, hear, or understand English, the court can appoint an interpreter to convey or interpret the information to the child. And this is obviously important for the migrant children appearing in the court. So practice directions issued by the Honorable Chief Justice also guide the operations and procedures, including the mode of hearings. So pre-pandemic, children were required to attend court hearings at the court, save and except where special measures were put in place for the child to appear via electronic means. During the height of the pandemic, the practice directions prescribed that hearings were to be virtual or via any other electronic means, and this was for the safety of the child and public. And today, hearings are mainly electronic hearings, but we also conduct hybrid hearings where the child is required to attend at a virtual access customer center or at the court building if the justice of the case requires, or where neither the child nor parent has a phone device nor internet. The child is joined in the hearing electronically and the court can preside from a remote location. It is significant to note here, to protect the child's identity, the court may, as it relates to the proceedings, that the copies of the transcript and documents relevant to the proceedings be sealed until otherwise ordered, or that copies of the proceedings, order, judgment, or ruling be redacted or anonymized before it is published. And these provisions, of course, enhance the court's powers to safeguard the well-being of the child. So we will look a little bit at the facilities of the court. So the court is staffed with judicial officers, administrative and professional persons who possess special training, experience, and temperament suited to dealing with children. The facilities of the court are intentionally child-friendly. Hearing rooms are bright and colorful, and they are child-themed waiting rooms with qualified trained staff to supervise the children who may be awaiting their matters or who are awaiting a parent attending court. The picture shows the rooms and the court staff. The court operations are supported by advanced technology in order to enhance efficiency in the delivery of justice. So central to all our technological support is the bespoke case management software, TTGIM, and this is the Judiciary Information Management Software from which all our other e-services function. And as you can appreciate, this became even more critical with the advent of the pandemic in order to facilitate the continued business of the court. The Microsoft Teams was formalized as the platform for court hearings, other e-service filing of documents in the court, and court mail for electronic dispatch of all documents generated by the court's external clients. So with the advanced technology, the court remains accessible and proceedings can continue as it would in the physical courtroom. So the jurisdiction of the court. The court has authority and jurisdiction exercisable by the High Court and courts of summary jurisdiction in children matters. Matters are adjudicated upon by a judge or a master. So Section 3 of the Family and Children Division Act defines children matters as shown here, and it includes children care matters and a matter not a family matter, but where the primary issue is the care and protection of a child, the application for a protection order under the Domestic Violence Act, where the child is a victim or innocent bystander. So for this presentation, I will consider in a little more detail the children care matters and applications under the Domestic Violence Act. So children care matters are also defined in the Family and Children Division Act and refers to one, matters in which a child in conflict with the law is deemed by the court to be in need of care and protection. And this may be required where the circumstances, experiences, and the level of exposure to risk of that particular child is taken into consideration when sentencing upon conviction. 2, matters in which an application is made under Section 50A of the Children Act, and this is known as CHINS, or Child in Need of Supervision applications. This application is brought by a parent, guardian, or person with responsibility for a child, and the court in dealing with these matters, if satisfied, may also deem the child in need of care and protection and may make an appropriate order under Section 25 of the Children's Authority Act. And I will come to that in a little bit. And the other 2 categories of care matters are applications for wardship and applications made for an order under Section 25 of the Children's Authority Act. So where the Children's Authority is of the view after its investigations that the child is in need of care and protection, the Children's Authority can seek a wardship order, but it must do so in any event where it receives a child into its care. Alternatively, the Children's Authority can apply for an order under Section 25 of the Children's Authority Act. So when is a child deemed in need of care and protection? Well, Section 22(1)(a) of the Children's Authority Act sets out the circumstances, and these include where the child is lost, abandoned, or has no fit parent or guardian capable of providing for the child's upbringing, where the child may be exposed to moral danger, where the child is at CHINS in accordance with Section 50A of the Children Act, or is ill-treated or neglected in a manner likely to cause injury or suffering to health, and so on. So the court would consider the child's circumstances as a whole to determine if the child is in need of care and protection. And what are these orders under Section 25 of the Children's Authority Act? Well, the list shown contains the orders, including, and I will just refer to a few, secure accommodation order, restricting the liberty of the child where the child has a history of absconding, care orders placing a child under the care of the authority, the Children's Authority or community residents, emergency protection order where the child is likely to suffer physical, emotional, or mental, psychological harm, and so on. The Children Act, also enables a constable or social worker to take to a place of safety any child in respect of whom an offense has been or is likely to be committed. And upon doing so, the constable or social worker must notify the Children's Authority, the parent, guardian, or person with responsibility for the child. The child may remain at the place of safety unless the Children's Authority otherwise advises or until the child is brought before the court. The court may also, on complaint made on oath, issue a warrant to remove a child to a place of safety until that child is brought before the court. So applications now under the Domestic Violence Act in relation to the child. What constitutes domestic violence? Well, any physical, sexual, emotional, psychological, or financial abuse. The Act also defines each type of abuse. Noteworthy is the recent inclusion of a progressive provision where a person who can be considered emotionally and psychologically abusive to a child if that person puts the child or allows the child to be put at real risk of seeing, hearing, or experiencing the effects of the physical or sexual abuse of a person with whom the child has a domestic relationship. So in terms of who can apply, well, a parent, guardian, or person with responsibility for the child, an adult member of the household, or the children's authority, where the child is under 16 years and where the child is over 16, well, that child can apply on his or her own behalf. The protection order shall not exceed 3 years. And we do, I've shown you there that some of the particular orders that can be made. So we'll go to the interventions. A significant portfolio of the court is the interventions and support provided to the child. The child is subjected to early assessment to determine the level of risk and exposure to trauma. The Children's Court has its own social services unit. They conduct various assessments and provide therapeutic intervention services to the child and to the family. Care plans may be developed detailing types of interventions and services required for the child. The child may also be referred to one of our Quarter Next programs, and we offer a parent support program since we recognize the need to equip parents to effectively support and nurture the child. The Children Drug Treatment Court process is an intensive treatment program aimed at helping the child abandon the use of drugs or alcohol, and if deemed in the best interest of the child, the court may refer the child to this process. The children's probation officers, and these are trained in dealing with the welfare of children, and they conduct investigations, submit reports, and provide monitoring support to the child. The court may also order the Children's Authority to provide investigative and intervention services to the child. And finally, in relation to the children who are deemed to be experiencing mental health challenges, the court may, if necessary, refer the child for a psychiatric evaluation in accordance with the Mental Health Act and under its general powers. So in conclusion, Trinidad and Tobago has taken great initiative in implementing a children's court system. Intervention and rehabilitation is at the heart of what we do. Therefore, continuous assessments of the needs of the court and the continued and increased support of the external agencies are essential to ensuring the court is able to meet its mandate. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Master Candice James. Good morning again, ladies and gents. I am your chair, Mrs. Arlene Smith. Please note that our question and answers will be to the end of the presentation. So make your notes. It was really, really interesting. Our next speaker who is up is Ms. Claudette Richardson Pius from the Children's First Agency. She is a master trainer, cultural approaches consultant, counselor, children's rights and HIV and AIDS activist, who empowers children and young people to strive for excellence. Claudette is also the founder and executive director of a Children's First Agency, a 25-year-old charitable organization based in Jamaica in the capital city of Spanish Town. Ms. Claudette also offers in her community through a range of psychosocial, educational, HIV testing and counseling, sexual productive health services, as well as vocational skills, training, and community development initiative. Good morning again, Ms. Claudette Richardson Pius. Thank you. All the best for your presentation.
Pleasant morning, everyone. Greetings and salutation. I'm really excited about sharing in this special event. I have a passion for children, and I'm really very blessed to be sharing with you today. Children First organization or vision is really about looking at a Jamaica where children and youth are valued, their full potential recognized and respected, whilst being provided with opportunities for holistic growth. Our major programs include remedial education, using creative forms to deliver. We also do vocational training, job placement and internship, community and parenting education, with emphasis on peace building and violence prevention. Importantly is our psychosocial support, because we find that a lot of our children have mental health issues that are sometimes not assessed and identified early. We do a lot of work around gender-based violence prevention, and our flagship is our Bashi bus. In Jamaica, and I figure everywhere else in the Caribbean, bashment means excitement. So we have a pretty bus that goes into communities to offer sexual reproductive health services. And we have expanded that to include other services, because our children and young people at times come to us just to talk. Yeah. Some pictures just to show you, we start training the youngsters in skill training very early. The children understand the use of the camera, and they are very, very involved in our everyday programming. We're situated in Spanish Town, which is a hotbed for crime and violence. Poverty is very much a part of the DNA of the communities that we serve. Poor infrastructure, bad roads, no water. If there is electricity, most times it's stolen. We have in Jamaica what we call throw up the line, which basically means connecting illegally. Sorry. In a lot of cases, it's single parent household, mainly mothers. There's a major political divide between the two major political parties, and gangs run the place. They are basically responsible for a lot of what happens in these communities. A lot of our children and youth struggle with mental health issues. There's a negative community environment, everybody hopeless, just going on, nothing happening kind of environment. The children and youth are exposed very early to violence, and this also have to do with culture. Spare the rod and spoil the child, children must be seen and not heard, is very much a part of the ingrained culture in these communities. In a lot of cases, the fathers are absent, and there's a lack of formal structures and opportunities. So it's very difficult for some of these young people and children to really get involved and go to school regularly. And so there is also urban migration, where some of the children are coming from rural communities and coming to the urban Spanish Town space, mainly because of family displacement, major disregard for authority, ongoing challenges with the police based on their address. There is also extortion, and in a lot of cases, the children are used as pawns, because they're expected now to go and collect from the little lady on the corner selling her banana and oranges, because they are sent by the dons or the gang leaders. There's a lot of anger. These children are very angry, and they really want to get out of the situation. In terms of the impact on children and youth, in a lot of cases, the children are victims, sorry, but they are also perpetrators. Children live what they learn, and their way of resolving issues is really about fighting and stabbing. And, you know, there is also a lot of juvenile offenders and repeat offenders. Children First have done some work in the juvenile centers, really trying to reintegrate them once they're out of the juvenile centers to find a place, because there's high level of stigma when they come back to their communities. Children are also witnesses to violence against other children, against their parents, against family and community members. We have a lot of labeling, and they're called at-risk, uncontrollable, unattached, attached, marginalized. So they also struggle with these labels as they go along. The major occurrences, major reprisals. So you kill my mother or my sister, I am going to come back and kill your family or somebody for you, regardless. In earlier days, the children and the mothers or the women were saved, not so anymore. So there's a lot of killing, shooting, murders. Gang feuds are happening all the time, and the gangs are getting younger. There's abuse and neglect, and bullying happens not just in the communities, but in schools. We have had some major occurrences lately where children are abusing and hurting other children. A girl at a prominent high school killed another girl because of a simple thing like, you look at me away. A girl is now crippled because major disability, because it is alleged that she cut her eye in the Caribbean sense at a woman at a party. Sexual violence is a big thing, or girls are used as pawns. In some cases, they're trafficked and pimped out by their own mothers. Domestic violence is very much a part of these households because, as you know, they have different stepfathers for different days or at different times. So in a lot of cases, there is a lot of challenges there. When we look at what is happening with these children, it is really, really concerning for us. I just want to do a quick statistical overview. I'm sorry, I couldn't get the children data, but in St. Andrew North, which is where we are, 118 murders since the beginning of the year to now. 118, which is an increase of 43%, 43.9% over last year. 72, as it relates to shooting, an increase of 24.1. Persons injured, 67 versus 48 in 2021. And this statistics is coming from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And I'm sure some of those include children. 80% of Jamaican children experience some form of psychological or physical violence administered as discipline. The whole thing of spare the rod and spoil the child. And that's coming from Statin and UNICEF. 79% of Jamaican children witness violence in their communities or at home, Pottinger 2012. So what have we done? We work with the children and we call it Fulticipate. So they are very involved in our programming. There's a high level of inclusion and ownership. So the children and young people actually design the program. They sit on our boards and they are involved at all levels. We are obligated to break down the board language so that the young people can understand. We use a peer-to-peer approach, and the creative and the performing arts is very much a part of what we do. So we use the creative and the performing arts to bring across the messages, problem, effect, solution, helping them to really solve some of the issues or at least work them through. Food is very important. So We do the skill training and with the hope of getting them to help themselves by small businesses. We also do parenting education, and mental health is a big part for us because we find that a lot of our youngsters are struggling. High level of success, 82% of our young people are involved in meaningful employment and making their contribution to society. We had a project called Male Awareness Now, and those two pictures really showed where we started with them and where we ended with them after a year. This project impacted over 100 boys. We do a lot in terms of gender programming, where we program for our boys, in some cases different from how we program for our girls. GID 1990 speaks to the ontological security, and we feel that Children First provides a sense of hope. So there is food, which is very important, the whole matter of safety, parental guidance, skill training. And if these are not provided, it's left to the gangs, who provide an attractive alternative and really provide a major source of hope. What are the latest trends? So there is chopping or scamming, which is a major part of it. The get rich quick, everybody want to be a star, the social media influence, and really a lot going on with our boys versus our girls in different ways. The girls want to be attached to the don or the person in charge, who in a lot of cases are involved in illegal activities. We also have money, drugs taking over, so that's a major thing. Our children deserve to be protected, and it starts in the womb. We need to understand that the underlying principle of preserving life and value of self is very important. We feel that there must be a training of community first responders to help these children, strengthening of the support system. We also need to look at the areas that are taboo, like mental health. And for some, we can't save them, it's too late. So we need to reprogram our mindset and reset the focus in relation to violence reduction at all levels. Children live what they learn, and it is important to train our children and youth to live by example. And in a focus group last week, they told me adults are hypocrites, and we need to actually do what we say. And we really need to enable these young people to become peace ambassadors and leaders for change. All stakeholders need to know, understand, and value the benefit of their involvement. So we are all sitting at the table, including the children and youth, and being involved in the dialogue and the feedback. We require a targeted, holistic, comprehensive partnership approach with all hands on deck, because we are in crisis. It's a public health issue and it's out of hand. So we need to look at how do we protect the well-being of children and youth. It still takes a village to raise a child. Less talk, more action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Claudette. Thank you, Miss Claudette Richardson Pius. Such an interesting topic and a social issue that affects us all. Our next presenter, who is Mr. Orlando Jackson, unfortunately, he has an emergency and will not be with us this morning. So we do apologize. I was looking forward to his presentation myself. Next, we have Ms. Sharon Sargent, Strive Unit, the Psychiatric Hospital. She will be presenting this morning on the benefits of Strive Family Center to the children of Barbados. Ms. Sharon Sargent is a psychiatric and general trained nurse for 27 years. She presently managed the Strive Family Center, which is a unit for children with behavioral and mental health challenges. Ms. Sargent is passionate about working with youth and is always thinking about ways to improve the quality of their lives. She believes in the development of these young people, and her organization is paramount to her approach. She embraces changes and leads by example. Good morning, Ms. Sharon Sargent. All the best for your presentation. Again, when it is 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 1 minute, I will be showing my flashcard as well as putting it in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning to you. I'd like to say good morning to all the participants and also to the guests. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Tri-Family Center. The Tri-Family Center is a new initiative to Barbados. It was opened, Okay, so the Tri-Family Center is new to Barbados and is a new initiative that was opened for children and adolescents with behavior and mental health challenges. Our mission is to provide comprehensive, culturally appropriate diagnosis, mental health assessment, and evidence-based, safe, family-oriented, multidisciplinary residential mental health care and treatment services to children and adolescents under the age of 18. So you are able to be admitted right from the age of 7 until the day of your 18th birthday. Our vision, we aim to be the premier facility in offering world-class, comprehensive, state-of-the-art child and adolescent mental health assessment, care and treatment services for Barbadians and others in the wider region and international community. Prior to the establishment of the Tri-Family Center, which is housed within our psychiatric hospital here in Barbados, our children would have been housed on the adult male and female units. And that environment was not seen as the best environment for our children. It was not therapeutic. And therefore, we looked at having an area where our children could be housed together to be a more therapeutic setting for the well-being of the children. We opened in December 2018, and we got our first client in February 2019. The unit was really developed because the children and adolescents required a space, their own space, that we were able to meet their specific needs and challenge, their needs and challenges within one therapeutic setting. Hence, this is why we would have really pushed to have a unit such as this for the children here in Barbados. And the importance of the unit is to really host these children in an area specifically for them, and to also holistically look at the families, the school, and the community, so that we can treat everyone under one body. We work with lots of different agencies here to reach one common goal, and our common goal is to really help the children. And we work with Paradox, and Paradox is an institution here in Barbados where you can learn some parenting skills. We have lots of children who have issues, but when we do research, we recognize that their parents did also have some issues and their parenting skills are poor. So that's one area that we work with very closely to help these parents to really come up to par to be able to help their children. The Juvenile Liaison Scheme and the court system, those are also two agencies that we work very closely with, because we find that a lot of our children with behavioral issues sometimes end up in the court system. And hence we try to have a good relationship with that system so that we're able to keep the children out of this system so that they can, be at school and be productive citizens. We work with education, the education department. We work very closely with the schools, both primary and secondary, our probation department, the child care board, the government industrial school, the community private practitioners, and our child guidance clinic here. We offer a variety of services here at the Tri-Family Center. We have the general medical services, psychiatry, psychology, occupational therapy, recreation therapy, social work, drug rehabilitation therapy. We have our nursing care, and we also offer education. Our treatment approach. We use a family-centered approach, which allows us to keep our families together, create structure, environments, create a bridge between the legal system and have follow-up that guides parents and family members on discharge of our clients. Our approach also benefits the families. We assist them and support them even after the child is discharged. The criteria for admission, the client has to be in acute distress and have clear harm to self or others. You're admitted through the assessment unit, child guidance clinic here at the hospital, or by you're brought here by your parents. We have the police also would bring children at times, or referrals from the juvenile system. We work with lots of conditions, and I would have listed a few that we work with, but are not limited to. We see a lot of behavioral conditions, a lot of conduct disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, adolescent adjustment disorder. We have a lot of depression, mood disorders. We have been seeing a real rise of the early schizophrenics, a lot of early schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorders. We have been seeing some eating disorders, which I believe is kind of new to the Caribbean, but we are seeing some of them. Lots of substance abuse, both in our boys and our girls. Lots of self-harm and suicide ideations. Intellectual disability, lots of sexual abuse and physical abuse, lots of post-traumatic stress disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, lots of social stressors, and autism. The unit, we have some strengths, we also have some weaknesses. But our strengths, we work with a team-centered approach. So we work as a team. We have strong leadership. We have good relationships with our social agencies throughout Barbados. We have very good relationships with our community, great commitment from our staff, structure of the unit, and support from the management of the hospital. Our challenges. The unit is just a 16-bed unit, and due to the demands at times, we must refuse children due to space constriction. That's something that, we find very challenging, especially when we have a child that, really needs some assistance, but we have to defer this child. In extreme circumstances, we still have to sometimes have this child admitted to an adult setting, but as soon as the child settled, we have them transferred once we have room. Another challenge we have is treating our aggressive clients. It's difficult due to the physical structure of the unit. The unit is set up very child-friendly, and when we have very aggressive clients, it does not lend for the child to be housed here, and therefore the child still has to be housed on the adult ward. We are presently working on having a strong room, a room that is on the unit that those children who are physically aggressive can be housed here. We do have some challenges, and we need great assistance to meet the needs of the education for these children once they're admitted here. And post-COVID, we have been seeing increase in admissions post-COVID. And we find that post-COVID, we are seeing a lot of children with complaints of sexual abuse. We recognize that lots of these children would have been at home with other family members, sometimes friends and sometimes neighbors. And parents were away at work. And as it relates to the lockdowns that we would have here in Barbados, children were away from school for a pretty long time. We were in and out of school. Almost 2 years they would have missed, so they would have been out of school for a pretty long time. And we found that a real confusing situation to this is that a lot of our children, both girls and boys, have been sexually molested and at times physically abused also. Staffing is also one of our challenges, because we want to be able to have some great one-to-ones with our children, but due to staff shortage, we sometimes find that that is very difficult. We also have a need for continued training for our nurses and our staff to really be able to have specific training to go over the different disorders that we are seeing. We are seeing a lot of new disorders to the Caribbean and to Barbados. And we find that we do need some training so that we will be on par as these new diagnoses are presented to us. We have great challenges with the follow-up care. We find that parents default on follow-up care. So therefore, sometimes when we see clients again, is when they're acutely ill. So not having the follow-up care, really, we're not able to see where the child is at and how much more help the child might need. Our future plans for Thrive, we are trying to adopt some new plans, reading clubs to really help our children, youth clubs, trying to get them involved in holistic activity. We have started a Give Back program where our staff, going out to the community, going out to the schools, and trying to assist children who we recommend or we see as really at risk. So we're really targeting our at-risk youth. We have started a Big Brother, Big Sister mentorship program. This program is for after discharge, where the client has someone from our nursing staff to really look up to keep calling if they have an issue, to really prevent further discharge. And we are further developing our parenting group. We have parenting groups once a month on Sundays, where parents come in without the children and really discuss their challenges, discuss anything that is really bothering them, so we can help them and not only help the child. That's the end of my presentation and Thrive Family Center. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sharon Sargent. And ladies and gents, we have come to the end of these first three presentations. Again, we apologize that Mr. Orlando Jackson is not here with us today. We have an emergency when duty calls. So we are now entering into the question and answer segment. So there are some questions in the chat, so I will read them. And our presenters today who will answer the questions that are asked. So Robert Beatrice Singh would have asked this question. This is our first question. He said, is it only social workers who are in the public services of the government can move a child to safety? Can a social worker who is in the private practice also move a child to safety? I assume that this question is directed to Master Candice. CL2 Jones, would you be able to respond? Thank you.
Yes, well, the legislation prescribes for the public social workers to move to the child to safety without approaching the court. But in terms of the other section 50, anyone acting in the best interest of the child can approach the court on complaint. All right, so anyone, including a private social worker, but in terms of actually moving the child to safety without approaching the court, it would be a public social worker.
Thank you so much. So there's an anonymous. And since the COVID-19 pandemic, how has the monitoring of the well-being of children been affected? One second, as physical interactions may have become limited. What is in place to remedy this solution?
And is that directed to whom?
I guess that is directed likewise to you.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, there's no denying that the pandemic interrupted services. And this was mainly due to the fact that the social workers and other agencies could not perhaps get onto the child or parent, maybe due to limited internet, not having a device, etc. But I just want to say that that is no longer presenting as major issues now, because the children's probation officers, they meet with them in person. You have electronic ways of communicating with the children to monitor and to provide the interventions necessary for the child. But prior to, in the height of the pandemic, of course, you would have had to use electronic means.
Thank you so much. Now, this other question by Robert, I think it could be answered by all three presenters. Is there a lot of taboo with reference to sex and sex education with these children? Is there a lot of cases with early sexual activities among under children's age? So I believe that all three presenters, would you all like to answer this question? So who would like to go first? I see Miss Claudette. You have to unmute, please. If maybe you could
Thank you.
spotlight all three presenters so they can answer. Miss Sharon Sargent. Yes, Miss Claudette.
Right. So in the Caribbean, sex is taboo, and in terms of teaching our children early about good touch, bad touch, and about sex, it is still, very taboo. So the children are not aware. And even in Jamaica, when you try to encourage the parents, they are a little shy, they're not too sure. And, it's really very difficult. We're finding, though, that the sexual abuse of our children in Jamaica is a big deal because the sexual initiation is happening much earlier. Yeah. And because of that, we have to now look at how we start this child protection in terms of sex at the basic school level. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
For us here in Barbados, I find that the programs that we cater usually, as it relates to sex, usually starts maybe in the class 4, around 10, 11. But from our experience here at Tribe, we have something 7-year-olds who are sexually active. And I find that having this conversation is usually very difficult for parents. Most parents think that giving this information to a 7, 8-year-old is not the actual correct thing to do. So those are some of our challenges where we recognize the child is sexually active and, parents don't want us to share. Sometimes we find girls who are very sexually active at 11 and 12, they have multiple partners, but they still don't understand something as simple as their bodies, how the body work, how the menstrual cycle work, pregnancy. And it's really hard to say to a parent, we have to introduce your child to sexual education because the parents aren't open to having this discussion. So the girls are out there having sex and the parents are just more or less putting a blanket and not really accepting this is what is happening and allowing the child to get the necessary help. As much as sometimes we recognize the child is really, really sexually active, and we want to talk about not only abstinence, but also safe sex, maybe birth control. And even though parents are aware the child is very sexually active, they're not having the conversation as it relates to birth control. So then we see maybe a year or two, and then the child is back here with us, but pregnant. So those are some of the issues. And I guess really looking at it, it has to do with the taboo, of really speaking about sex with our children.
Before Master Candice to June speak, Donna Ali was saying in the chat that she really believed that it should be taught in school to really take up the slack of the parents and guardians and caregivers. As you rightfully said, Sharon, it could really be a difficult conversation. And if you are not prepared for it, where do you start? Candice, do you mind sharing from our experience?
My experience would not be as a social worker, but I can say that the matters, especially in relation to the applications, the CHINS applications, I find that that is a very common ground in the age group between 15 and 17, so that, children engaging in sexual activities. And one of our Quarternext programs actually touches on that issue to some extent with the girls. But I do believe that education, there is insufficient education, sex education. I think that is where it's taboo. And certainly the parents are not discussing it with them and perhaps not sufficient at the school level.
Thank you. Dr. St. Bernard gave his heartfelt thanks to this panel for raising some critical insights that is often overlooked in the public domain. You know, clearly there's a need for education and, you know, targeting different stakeholders. You know, Robert had some things to say that I just want to share with you all. He said very, very challenging work for Ms. Richardson Pius and her team. We acknowledge it's a challenging work for us all. He said that, you know, is there another question he would have asked? He said, is there a lot of suicide and suicide attempt? And he directed this question to Ms. Richardson Pius with regards to your intervention.
Thank you very much for that question. There has been a major increase in suicide attempts, and the cases are getting younger. Also, COVID played a number on us. COVID did play a number. I mean, the children being in the home, along with their abusers, a lot of time parents, really made a big difference. You see, school is a social space that allows that peer-to-peer and that interaction. And even though sometimes the teachers are really overwhelmed, it is in a way a safe space. And for the children not being in that space for an extended time, it was really very difficult. And some of our children are now showing all kinds of behavioral challenges coming out of that. So we really need to be paying a lot of attention to some of the new nuances as it relates to behavior, as it relates to, you know, suicide ideation, because our children are, the mental health issue for me is a big piece, and the lack of resources. I mean, one child guidance clinic and 3 mental health support workers in a parish is really very challenging. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's 2 questions directed to Sharon. But before that, in the chat, you know, Carl Foreman was saying that, you know, thank you, panel, well done. Alicia Shepherd said, you know, there is time, is there a time in the children's life when sexual information is ill-suited? So, yes,
it's about age appropriate. So we need to really do age appropriate information. But I feel that in situations where it is introduced early, but then there are barriers. There is the church and the morals and the person sharing the information who have their own baggages carrying. Some of them might have been abused themselves. So it really creates a challenge. I mean, we have HFLE in our school, Health and Family Life Education, but who is presenting that? Sometimes it's persons who, you know, not too sure. And these children are very forward, you know, they're telling you what they feel and they're telling you what's going on. And sometimes you can't even manage that yourself. So it's not as easy. Thank you.
You know, you are saying this, and, you know, we struggle with how do we define a family as it pertains to healthy and unhealthy. And persons have learned to strive and function in unhealthy environment and not even know that it is unhealthy. So it is really, really a challenge we are faced with every day, myself as a social worker, defining. There are 2 other questions before I open to the audience who will raise their hands or put in the chat. But Robert is asking some really interesting, and I want the answer to them to myself. So these 2 is for Sharon, and he said that, is there a lot of stigma with mental health? With Sharon, he's asking with reference to your program, as well as he asks, are there programs where there's a networking with your agency and the judicial system?
Okay, for the first question, there is immense pressure and stigma as related to our programs. It's so bad that at times we have children who are really ill, who needs an admission. And there's a fight between parents, you know, mommy wants to get the help for the child, daddy does not want the child within the psychiatric hospital. And it's so sad. It's sad because we can see the child needs the help. It's the only mental health living facility here in Barbados. And parents will take the child away just because they don't want to have it that their child, you know, is at the psychiatric hospital. We find that lots of times people would only come here at the last resort. So we have children that when they're here, they're so ill, they're actually chronic. So something that could have taken maybe 6 to 8 weeks for a child to turn around and go back to school, we can have children sometimes here admitted for as long as 6 to 8 months, close to a year. And this is because people refuse to come for the care because of the stigma attached to the psychiatric hospital. We also find that lots of persons try to go privately and shop around for different doctors, expecting to get a different diagnosis. And then when they get here, you know, it's really late. It's sad for the children because sometimes the brain already conforms to the illness. And I find that the schools lately have been giving us a lot of support. Usually when children are problematic at school or when teachers start to observe behaviors that seem abnormal, they would usually send parents to us for an assessment. Times before, parents would not come and the child would just stay away from school and just go back to school as normal. The new system they have now, the child is given a referral letter, and unless this referral letter is signed by us that the child has been seen and there is something in place to help this child, the child is not allowed back into school. And I think this one have been really assisting us and to ensure that the children do get the help that is necessary. Yes, we do work very close with the judicial system, with probation department, juvenile liaison scheme, and the court. At times we have children who are referred from the court to us. They will come on a different status. They wouldn't come on a voluntary status that a parent would sign, but they will come on a hospital order status where, you know, the judge will send them for a particular length of time and we would work with those children and then take them back to court, and then the judge will decide they either go back to the family or they go to a juvenile institution. But we have been working very closely with our judicial system.
You know, as you were speaking there, Sharon, someone placed in the chat, you know, with regards to the term mental health as a stigma. And, you know, it has to do with a manner of also emotional distress and how do we define, because basically what they are saying, the egocentric approach of emotional distress. So what are some of the things being done locally to create a more cultural sensitive approach to wellness? So I think this could be directed to all three if you all have that information with regards to mental health.
What we do here at the hospital, what we do in the children's unit, we try to cater our programs to not only include the child, but the family, the school. We try to include the community. We try to let them see that, you know, mental illness, mental ill health is like any other thing. You have diabetes, you have high blood pressure. We try to let persons see that what we're doing, we're trying to work with our children. Once we can get the message to the children, we think it will filter into the adults. What I have been doing for maybe the last 15 years, I have a camp here at the psychiatric hospital during the summer. Initially, the camp would have started for the staff, the children of our staff here, because we work split shifts. So we started the camp for the children of, to get the children of our staff to come in, get them comfortable. This is mommy's workplace. You have no reason to be afraid. But then the camp outgrew itself. We started to include the community. So the community then started to accept us. Then we introduced the camp to the primary schools within our catchment area. And sometimes we have to turn children back yearly during our summer camp program. I would have also run a program during COVID, a school program where we had the shutdown. We recognized there were children who were at home in areas that were not safe for them. So I brought some retired teachers in, and the children would be here at the hospital during the day throughout COVID. But then COVID got worse and we had to close that program down. So we're really looking at new ways to get mental health out there, to get children to understand that there's nothing wrong with having, mental illness. And I think that is our approach to really deal with the sensitivity of mental illness.
Is there any contribution from Claudette and even Candice, what you have observed in practice?
It's very similar to what Sharon alluded to in Jamaica. You know, in terms of our looking at mental health as it relates to children, it really needs a lot of attention, and that community sensitization is key because it is seen in a lot of cases as obia or as a curse on the family. And that too is a big challenge for us.
To add briefly, because again, my perspective will be different from a social worker, but I can say you do sense a sense of hesitation on a parent's part to admit that their child may have those challenges. And even in the court, I do try to refrain from using the word mental health or being evaluated for mental. I say refer to an assessment, that is understand the underlying factors. But I mean, I am fortunate that I have the social workers who can lay the groundwork as well, the Children's Authority, etc. So that we do realize that it is a very important issue and it's becoming very, very popular. We have to put the infrastructure in place to treat with that as a major issue.
Thank you so much. Considering that sometimes it's biological, it's environmental, sometimes it's a learned behavior. You know, there is one question again before I open to the audience who would like to raise their hands and ask. But this question is, it's referring to you, Claudette. They said in light of recent ban of violent music in Jamaica, would you, I see you start to smile. It's like you were expecting, you know, they said the big role of behavior is observed on the children of the age of 7. Would you say that has an impact, environmental influence? How do you see it plays a role in the development of the child?
I mean, children are a part of the environment and they see and learn and they are attracted to excitement and buzz. And our music and our DJs and our artists is a big thing. And the whole thing of wanting to associate with them. So when they're singing about popping Molly, if a child don't even know what Molly is, they want to know. Yeah, so it's promotion. When they talk about who have the biggest gun and who have gal in a bungle, you know, what are we telling our young people? So in my organization, we do a spin to that. So we now use culture and music to send positive message. Hard rhythms, but the message is different. What is the lyrics? And how does that now impact young people's lives? Because the young people actually see these artists as role models. And in a lot of cases, I mean, one of our artists, I mean, is, well, more than one, but Vibes Cartel is in prison, but he has a very large youth following still, you know? So it is really almost like a cult for some of these young people. And it starts very early. So I've seen children who can't even talk properly, trying to sing the songs. So it's really about, could we use music to teach in terms of education? And I've been saying that. I'm also saying that when the Bashibus crew pulls up in a community and we put on our sound system and we start interacting with people on the corner, they are into what we're doing, but we don't have the resources to do enough. So there's no balance, you know? So the artists and the the messengers who are carrying the negative messages really takes over the airwaves. And although it's banned from radio and public, social media is a big thing. And young people are into social media. So I'm not too sure. I trust that they'll be evaluating it over time. How much impact will this ban have? Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you. I know right now in Trinidad, we have a program with our Ministry of Youth and Social Services, and they're focusing on a youth influencer. So using the youth as an influencer, I find it such a dynamic approach. So don't be part of the problem, also be part of the solution.
Perfect.
Yeah. So I would like to ask, there's one more question in the group here. Are we aware that socialization starts at home, and perhaps it is a place where problem behavior takes place? It's roots. We all could agree to that. Is there a plan in place to target family inclusion in the counseling services? And yes, we do have that. And is there an extent of these intervention effectiveness? So, and how is the intervention evaluated? Okay, great. So would you three ladies would like to just be getting a nice different perspective, Caribbean perspective of the experiences? Yes, Sharon.
Okay, for us, we do treat the entire family. We try to go as far down as maybe the grandparents, because we recognize that grandparents have a lot of sway with the younger children, because mommy says no and granny says yes. So we try to bring grannies in a lot to our counseling sessions. So we have family therapies, and we try to do a lot of work with the family. What we also do when we recognize there is a deficit in any individual, we would pull that individual out, and we will work with that individual separately to get them up to par, you know, so that when they're giving information off to the child, that is the correct information. Because a lot of times we find that we have mummies who are still children, and though they may be of age, their mind sometimes are still like a child, because they never really, you know, grow and develop and understand how to take care of themselves. And then they have a child and they have to take care of this child. They're not up to this, so they do it however they think. For us, yes, that whole family dynamics and having all those persons into counseling is really important. But the struggle is when they go back home, and to really continue what we have been teaching them here. We find that's the biggest struggle for us. We would have a child here who was, you know, really problematic in the school and within the home and the community. Sometimes they spend 3-4 months here with us, and the child is doing extremely well. But on discharge, because the entire community is not a part of what you're doing, the child in a couple of days goes back to the old behavior, because that's what they know, that's easier for them. So it's a lot of retooling, and just keep going back and forth. And I think the essence is not to give up on these children, for us to keep going. I know sometimes it can become a little frustrating, if that's the word to use. When you see a child as though they keep coming back, it's a readmission. In 1 year, sometimes the child is readmitted 3 or 4 times. Wow. But I try to see it differently. I try to encourage my team to see it as though we are working with someone from an AA anonymous program, where you give this person the opportunity that if they want to do the program 100 times, you give them the opportunity, because we never know when this child will decide, I need to do the right thing. So I try to encourage my team, and I try to keep that strength to work with this child over and over, because I believe we're going to reach this child at some time. They might not be in my time, we might not reach them as a child, but as an adult, what they were taught might come back and save them then, and save their own children. So the therapies really have to be a continuous situation. And we have to also remember that all families are not open to being exposed to therapies. I find here in Barbados, I'm not sure about the other parts of the Caribbean, But I find that we are not persons who accept therapy very easily. They will say, I am not the therapy, nothing is wrong with me, nothing is wrong with the child. So, you know, those are some of the challenges that we're really faced with, but I do see us really trying to work with people therapeutically.
Thank you so much. Claudette, what is your reality as a
Okay, the grandparents are getting younger, which is another challenge. And we also find that in the US and the UK, therapy is stylish and I'm going to my therapist. But in the Caribbean, it's taboo. You're going to therapy, what do you're mad, and all of that. And it then trickled down to the children. I also think that in a lot of cases, the family approach works, but sometimes these families are also challenging and makes the situation worse for the children. So through the Spotlight Initiative, supported by the European Union, we have been doing a lot of work on the ground, I mean, beat and foot, working with some of these families. And it's interesting some of the things that we uncover, because there is a lot of secrecy in some of these families. And you really, you know, it's just by going in the community and working with the family and working with the community and trying to get support from all the various welfare and other agencies to assist the family, that you realize that sometimes the issue is not the child, but either an adult or some adults in that family. So we do a lot of work around families, and we try our best to get community family support where it's possible.
Thank you. And Candice, for you, if ladies, you will, as Candice also, with regards to assessment and evaluation, do we have those systems to monitor success?
Okay, so let me just complete it here. For us, monitoring happens at all levels, and our participants, including our children and young people, are a part of the evaluation system. So they are who best to tell us what works and what, you know, what could be tweaked a little way. And we find that that engagement, that what we call full participation of the participants makes a major difference, especially when some of us are older and we're not with it in terms of, you know, what's working on the ground. It's a good opportunity to get them to help you to evaluate what's happening. So there's ongoing monitoring and evaluation of our programs.
Thank you. You know, in the chat, I'm seeing person saying that depends on the social class. The word therapist is, you know, it's a trending word. For the lower classes, it's a pride, it's pathologized as the situation. Someone saying that the same issues occur in the UK with children from a Caribbean background. And they are taught that they don't chat. They are taught that they don't chat your home business. That's such a cultural thing in Trinidad. We have a phrase, don't wash your dirty linens in public. So it is this taboo. And all professionals need to get involved. So Ms. Palm, Janine is saying that to us. With regards, Candice, from that judicial approach with assessment and evaluation and the family system as a unit approach to intervention, would you like to share this?
Okay, well, I could say from the onset, the court's approach is to work with the child and the family. It does not make sense working with the child to treat with their particular challenges, and when the child is in the home environment or in the community, they have to try to now function among the chaos. So we try to apply an approach for both the child and the family. And this is why I mentioned in the presentation that we have the parent support program. And that is a program that spans a few weeks, one session per week. At the end of it, they are assessed one-on-one in terms of what they would have received from the program, how they would have assimilated the information, And if it is determined that there is more intervention required for that parent, the recommendation will be made perhaps for continued one-on-one counseling, just to reinforce the points, especially when they have to now put it into practice, so that the assessment happens there, because you have the facilitator assessing whether they were able to go off on their own, having just done the program, or if they have to continue individual interventions. Part of the court's process, we have built in a monitoring system. And so whenever the parties come before me, I do get progress reports in terms of where they have reached in terms of their treatment goals. And only upon a final report that they have completed their treatment goals, then I would discharge them from the court.
Thank you so much, Master Candice Pielto Jean. Is there any questions from the audience? If you would like to lift your hands, raise your hands, participants, and would you like to ask a question? Ladies, I want to take the opportunity to apologize if I did not refer to your right titles. Yes, yeah, yes. So please, just in case, proper protocols, yeah? I was just so enjoying the conversation. Are there anyone in the audience who would like to take the opportunity to ask a question or make a recommendation or even congratulate our panel this morning? I found it was dynamic institutional activities and agendas. So we are at 11:27. Ladies, if no one has raised their hands or there's no more comments in the chat, would you like to just give us some closing remarks? I thank you all for your excellent job this morning. So who would like to start? Ladies and gentlemen, so let me start with Master Candice. The Pielto Jean. What will be your closing remarks to us?
Okay, well, I just want to say that child rights, we cannot understate how significant this is in any civilized society. And, there are shortcomings and we have to attend to the needs. And I'm very happy that Trinidad and Tobago has been very progressive in that area in terms of the legislation implemented and of course the children court system. And we do have a very strong, as I said, intervention support for the child and the family, but there must be continued, as I said, assessment of the needs of all agencies in order to really put the best foot forward for our children. So I want to thank you again for being a part of this wonderful conference and part of this wonderful discussion this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ria said, excellent presentation from all. I think the presentation and the conversation. Next, I will go to Ms. Sharon Sargent for your closing remarks.
Yes, please. I would want to say that our children are our future, and I am really happy to be a part of a conference such as this, to see that we are all, having some of the same challenges, and so we can learn from each other, how we can really help our children, because our children are in dear need of help. And it's for us, the adult, to really help these children, because twofold, in the end, they have to help someone to keep this going, to keep us going. So I really want to say that I am happy to be a part of a conference such as this, and I want to say thank you for having me here. And I really appreciate all that I have been sharing, and I am happy to really listen to what other persons such as myself are experiencing throughout the world. So thank you.
Thank you. And our last presenter for this morning, Ms. Claudette Richardson-Tyler. Your closing remarks.
Right. I want to say that whatever we do must be in the best interest of the child. We have a tokenistic way of dealing with our children. We need to stop. We also need to stop being hypocritical. We need to listen to our children. And yes, they're our future, but they're also our now. I am really very grateful for this opportunity. And I am really happy I decided to be a part of this. I think this dialogue needs to continue because I have learned so much from the panelists this morning. And I wish we had a Thrive in Jamaica. I wish that, yes, we have family court and so, but that child-centered approach. So it's a learning for me and it's a sharing. And I really would love for us to, continue the dialogue, because at the end of the day, we have a responsibility. Child protection must be everybody's business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, in the chat is your colleagues and peers who are just giving their greetings, thanking you all for an excellent. I thank you all for the opportunity to chair this morning. I see Dr. St. Bernard will have his greetings now. Thank you so much, sir. Please unmute. You have to unmute, sir.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, good morning, everyone. And I would like to join in the salutary remarks and thank the panel for what I consider to be a presentation, a set of presentations that really went way beyond my imagination, our imagination. And it just gives me the energy to continue this work that the RCYP community has been doing in Central America and the Caribbean for the past 5 years. We have been digging deeply in the trenches, and we are at that stage where we expect to produce results that would redound to the holistic development of our circum-Caribbean region, including the rights and well-being of children in the Caribbean and Central American diaspora in Canada. And I think, the tentacles that are associated with the work that we are doing will reach far and wide beyond the Western Hemisphere, where the focus of our work was directed. And I'm speaking all of this because when we got together and put together the proposal to actually field this research, I am a demographer, and I saw myself as a demographer statistician working in tandem with colleagues who were social workers who were steeped in qualitative tradition. And I felt, as a demographer, as someone who crunches the numbers and really take a sort of quantitative approach to understanding population dynamics and population change and how those phenomena dovetail with, sustainable development, as we call it. I felt, here I am in an arena where it's not just only about the numbers. There has to be something about the quality in terms of what those numbers can contribute by virtue of, developing a capacity. And I think, having listened to the presentation this morning, and this is by no means devaluing the presentations that we heard yesterday, because they were all equally exciting and informative, insightful, and full of promise to contribute to our development agendas, that I think, I feel so alive, having listened to what has happened here this morning. And I feel, that well beyond this project, which ends by the end of this year, early into the new year, I think well beyond this project, we shall be continuing our efforts, and we certainly will want to collaborate with some of you to extend, the efforts that, would have been born out of this conference. So I really want to thank the panelists this morning. And also so far to thank all of the other panelists who have graced us with their presence, their wisdom, their knowledge, and of course their goodwill to be with us. I want to thank all of you for making this the success it has been so far. And we look forward to the contributions from the other panelists as we go through the rest of today and certainly wind up tomorrow. So thank you all for being with us and sharing in this wonderful experience.
Thank you, Dr. St. Bernard. Ladies, before you leave, there is a burning question in the chat that keeps coming up. And I know that we're supposed to end at 11:45, so we still have a few minutes. But this is directed to Master Candace Jones. Someone is asking, is there an increase in the chins in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as what is being done to reduce the numbers of chins coming into the judiciary system? This is asked by Alicia Hospitalis.
Okay, so basically, I would not be able to give data or statistics. That will be, we will have to compile that information over the 3 courts that we have. We have one in South, North, and Tobago. But my experience, I find that one of the prevalent types of applications filed would be the chins. We do see that quite often. To say what will stop it, I can only say that what I hear most times from parents coming to the court is that this is my last resort. I tried here, I tried there, I tried everywhere, and it did not work. So I came to the court as a last resort. So perhaps we have to look at what is happening in the other sectors of society and how that child and family is receiving or not receiving support.
So final word someone put, this is Althea McBean. She says, are there a correctional order made for the chins in Trinidad and Tobago? And what is the prevailing under what circumstances?
Perhaps that person can explain what is correctional orders.
So if you would like to take the opportunity, Althea McBean, to unmute yourself so that you can ask the question. And someone, Rosanna Caldine, she said, is the court or the legal fraternity making any steps to hold delinquent parents to accountable for their actions?
Well, there are built-in provisions into the Children's Act to hold children accountable. So based on the circumstances of the matters, based on the evidence presented, because of course, that would be a bit of a ticklish area to really determine that this parent was responsible for the actions of the child. We see it in the case of the children in conflict with the law. We have a lot of provisions where we can hold the parents accountable. I cannot speak to the legal fraternity.
Hello, good morning. I think I'm now on mute. Oh, what was meant by correctional order really is time served in a secure facility for children in need of supervision. How is that done in Trinidad? How often and under what circumstances?
Okay, so we will not confuse the child in conflict with the law with the chins. If there is a need, depending on the circumstances, so I mentioned in my presentation, we have the option to make secure accommodation orders where a child absconds or has a history of absconding. We can place that child in a community residence, a secure accommodation, in order to effect the treatment goals that we would like for the child or the interventions for the child. Because if the child is absconding, we cannot do anything with the child. And of course, they are putting themselves at risk. It now becomes a safety and protection issue. So we do place the child in care, maybe in the care of the authority as well, in order to protect the child and provide the necessary interventions. And that can be for any period of time, as much as we are satisfied that the issues no longer present itself.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this morning presentation and panelists. So again, we would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone who have stayed with us to the end, and to our presenters, Master Candace Jones from the Children's Court, Ms. Claudette Richardson Pius from Children's First Agency, and Ms. Sharon Sargent, Tribe Unit of the Psychiatric Hospital in Barbados. I do apologize. Thank you all so much for the opportunity, ladies and gents. We have come to the end of this morning's presentation.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay. Good morning, everyone. And I'm excited. It's day 2 of the UWI-TMU Rights for Children and Youth Conference, the Wellbeing of Children and Young People in Central America and the Caribbean. My name is Marsha Rampersad. I'm joining you from Toronto, Ontario, and I'm excited to be your moderator for today's session, or session 2, which is Child Protection Systems and the Promotion of Child Rights in Central America and the Caribbean. Just a quick reminder to each presenter that you're going to be given 15 minutes, but you don't have to worry about timing yourselves. I will be timing you just to keep the session going smoothly, and I will give you a gentle warning at the 5-minute mark so keep a lookout for it in the chat. It'll pop up on the bottom. And then we'll keep all of our questions to the end. But if you do have questions that come up during the session, please feel free to type them into the chat, and I'll keep stock of those during the presentations. But please just indicate who the presentation is, or who the question, or which presenter the question is going to be directed at. But now I want to jump in to some of the exciting presentations that we have scheduled. So our first presentation today is going to be presented by Lionel Remy. Lionel holds a degree in social work from the UWI-Mona, Jamaica, and a master's of special education in psychiatric social work from Manchester University in the UK. Lionel is currently a psychiatric social worker and organizational behavior change specialist with over 47 years of experience designing and successfully implementing integrated behavioral and psychosocial assignments to facilitate the strategic and operational effectiveness of the agencies he has worked with. Today, he is going to be sharing work with us, a presentation titled Understanding and Managing the Challenge of Childcare Institutions in Trinidad and Tobago, Developing a Strategic Direction. And I'm going to turn the floor over to you now, Lionel, and I will start the timer once you get started.
Hello, am I in? Hello?
Yes, you can be heard, sir.
Thank you. Okay, greetings, colleagues. My topic, as indicated, is understanding and managing the challenge of childcare institutions in Trinidad and Tobago, and attempting to develop a strategic direction. My presentation will take the following content: introduction, scope of study, methodology and approach, limitations, antecedents and historical factors, review of terms of reference, methodology used in the report, review of findings, and review of recommendations. And we'll try to develop a strategic direction with at least 10 elements before the conclusion. Now, the Justice Jones report on the state of children's residential institutions in Trinidad and Tobago has resulted in expressions of shock, alarm, and anxiety among several segments of the society. There's evidence that the findings reflect enduring and persistent problems of delivery of social services to children in need of institutional care. At various intervals, it has been observed that a groundswell of public concern triggers the appointment of short-term inquiries and reports submitted by eminent citizens and public servants. Evidence of systematic action and implementation arising from these recommendations appear to be elusive, and not linked with an approved budget line. Consequently, when these committees are demobilized, action and follow-up by permanent secretaries and cabinet is often not accorded priority. Typically, when negative incidents gather media attention, the discourse is characterized by blame and negative dynamics in the defensiveness and so on. But in our view, persistent problems will not disappear without investment of expertise. Scope of the study. Well, the study will look at an exploration of the philosophical and ideological dynamics related to the evolution of social welfare. We review also available official reports and other data sources on selected childcare institutions from 1972 to 2021. Quite a lot has been written and done, but not known by the general community. We'll try to do a comparative analysis of terms of reference, methodologies and the findings and previous recommendations. Evidence of implementation will also be sought, and towards the end, we will attempt to do a strategic direction. How did we approach this assignment? Well, basically, we used archival research from library systems, all library systems, university, national library, other ministerial libraries, and so on. Family archives, that's a very interesting source because many data is locked away in the cabinets of many individuals and families who have had historical contact with the social services. We also got material from other retired social workers. The methodology will involve a review of the methodology used in the 6 reports and interviews with key informants. And we attempted to analyze the data without the availability of appropriate software. That was a burden. Looking at the antecedents and historical factors. Well, it is—
Mr. Remy.
Yes.
So sorry to disturb you.
Sorry about that. I was going to refer to the historical antecedents of the social welfare system. And in fact, one of the key issues is that the welfare system, the colonial policy, really was a kind of residual policy. It really placed economic development as the most important issue, and any social issues were side issues. And they left the management of children's institutions to the religious organizations who had a philosophy of relief and charity and philanthropy. And that model continued until the Moyne Commission sent Professor Saimi. And there was the emergence of a new social planning dimension in which the concepts of self-help and community empowerment, which were diametrically opposed to the religious doctrine of relief and charity. And then we came into the early era, the early independence era, in which there were lots of work done by people like Joe Sincere, who worked at the Ministry of Social Planning. And then there was the Wahid-Ali report, which became a watershed report. The Wahid-Ali report in particular set the stage for dealing with the whole issue of social services in Trinidad and Tobago. The Wahid-Ali report, in fact, was commissioned to look at the role of social services and the role of the voluntary social services vis-a-vis the state. As you know, the early delivery was by the churches. The Wahid-Ali report began to reappraise the role of voluntary organizations vis-a-vis the role of the state in social services. And this was a commission of inquiry appointed by the then Governor General. This was followed by the so-called Remy report in 1985, which was appointed by a team. A team was appointed in 1982 by the Minister of Labor and Social Security and Cooperatives to do a critique of the operations of children's home in the 1980s. And such a study was to include an examination of sociological problems, how committals are carried out in the context of industrial schools at that time, it was called industrial schools, orphanages, and places of safety. We also looked at the type of staff and the training of staff required. This was then followed by another report called the Bishop Report. Joan Bishop, a medical social worker, led a team of social workers, and her remit was much broader and comprehensive in scope. And the intent was to provide strategic advice that was intended to lead the transformation and change in the social services delivery system in Trinidad and Tobago. That was a fairly comprehensive activity, and it bore fruit. In 1993, Dr. Jacqueline Sharp and Joan Bishop again, sponsored by UNICEF, did an important survey of children in especially difficult circumstances. And they were to provide a situational analysis report, which I think is a very important document, to be read by people who are interested in studying the children's services. After a 4-year interval, in 1997, again, Cabinet appointed another committee under Mr. Sabga, we call it as a Sabga report, and they were to review the operations of children's homes and institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. So several reports have been commissioned. But more recently, we were treated with the excellent report by Justice Judith Jones in 2021. And she led an independent investigation team. And this committee was commissioned in response to public concern about abuse and absconding from residential care institutions, and also in an effort to fulfill its responsibility with regard to duty of care, protection of the rights of children as a signatory to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This was the most recent and contemporary report. Let's look at the methodologies used in these investigation reports and on children's homes over the years. By and large, when you look at the research designs, they were largely made up of mixed methods, document reviews, site visits, often use of secondary data, but primary data was also, each of these reports did direct research with the population in the children's institutions, largely dealing with the staff and the management. There was also use of feedback forms and other instruments to collect data. And in some cases, focus groups, consultations, public consultations as well, in case of the Wide Alley. And focus groups were used as well throughout about 3 or so of these reports. The sampling criteria were evident.
I'm afraid Lionel may have been dropped from the meeting. Can we give him just 1 minute to come back? Because he still had about 5 minutes to go.
Marsha, sorry, it's an internet issue. Can we go on to the next panelist and then we'll come back to Mr. Ravi? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that direction. Okay, so Laura looks like she's ready to go. So our next presentation is going to be delivered by Laura Best. And I will mention her non-presenting authors who co-worked on this project with her, who are Barbara Fallon, Henry Prada, and Joanne Filippelli. So Laura is a postdoctoral fellow in the Factor Inventosh Faculty of Social Work at the University of Toronto and at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. Her CIHR funded doctoral work used neuroimaging techniques to study the brain in both youth and adults that use substances. She is currently funded by the Rights for Children and Youth Partnership, working with Dr. Henry Prada and Dr. Barbara Fallon and the Toronto Cannabis and Cannabinoid Research Consortium for her neuroscience fellowship at CAMH. She continues to work to bridge the gap between neuroscience and well-being in youth and children. Her presentation today is titled The Overrepresentation of Latin American Children in Ontario's Child Welfare System, and I will pass the mic on to you, Laura.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will share my screen here. Can we see it okay? Perfect. All right. Well, thank you for the wonderful introduction. I don't have much more to say about myself. My name is Laura Betts. I'm really excited to be here to talk to you today about the work that we've done looking at the experience of Latin American children and families within Ontario's child welfare system here in Canada. I am situated in Toronto, and I would like to take this time to acknowledge, again, my co-authors on this presentation, Dr. Barbara Fallon, Dr. Henry Prada, Dr. Joanne Filippelli, and let's get started. So the data I'm going to present today was collected through the 6th cycle of the Ontario Incident Study of Reported Child Abuse and Neglect, or the OIS 2018, as I will refer to it from now on. The OIS 2018 is a Canadian provincial study that is made possible with support from the Ontario Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services and the in-kind support of over 900 child welfare workers, managers and administrative staff, researchers from universities, government and agencies across Ontario, and with the guidance of the OIS 2018 Advisory Committee, which is listed here. So the OIS 2018 used stratified random sampling to select 18 of the total 48 child welfare organizations in the province of Ontario, Canada. And the cases included in the study were all of the child maltreatment related investigations opened at these 18 organizations between October 1st and December 31st of 2018. This included 7,590 individual children and 4,054 families. This 3-month sample was then weighted to derive provincial annual estimates of child maltreatment related investigations in 2018. To briefly orient you within Ontario's child welfare system structure, when an allegation of child maltreatment is made, an initial investigation is opened, and a child welfare worker will work with the family to assess the situation. After this initial 45-day-long investigation, the case is either closed or transferred for ongoing additional services. So the data in the OIS 2018 included clinical, family, and household characteristics for each investigation, as well as investigation outcomes. And it was collected from the investigating child welfare workers at a single time point, the investigation. And therefore, we are limited to the perspective of those investigating child welfare workers, and we have no post-investigation follow-up information. This study was also not designed to evaluate the actual services provided by the child welfare agencies, and given that it is a cyclic study, there have been some methodological changes across the cycles. So the study, as I mentioned, has been conducted every 5 years since 1993. And as you can see here, the overall incidence of maltreatment-related investigations in Ontario increased in the early 2000s, but has remained relatively stable since then. These incidence values represent the number of maltreatment-related investigations for every 1,000 children 15 years of age and under that resided in Ontario in that given year. So racial disparity and disproportionality have been long-standing concerns in child welfare systems across many jurisdictions and contexts. When we talk about disparities, we mean a lack of similarity. So disparity indices compare proportions between groups. Specifically here, we're talking about the proportion of children from one ethno-racial group who experienced a specific child welfare outcome to the proportion of children belonging to another ethno-racial group, usually white, that experiences the same outcome. In saying this, the knowledge claim is that a specific ethno-racial group is unequal or different compared to another ethno-racial group. In contrast, disproportionality indices do not compare ethno-racial groups to one another. Instead, they compare the proportion of children in one ethno-racial group who experienced a specific child welfare outcome, so the investigation or placement in care, to the overall proportion of children that belong to that same ethno-racial group in the total population. So this can help us understand when one group may be overrepresented with respect to a certain outcome. In this regard, there's a substantial body of evidence on racial disparities in the United States that indicate that children and families of certain racial backgrounds are more likely to be referred to child welfare for suspected maltreatment and are more likely to receive more intrusive service involvement. The existing Canadian research has revealed striking disparities in child welfare involvement for First Nations children and Black children, but there is minimal research on the experiences of Latin American children. And so to build on recent emerging evidence suggesting that Latin American children experience disproportionate and disparate contact with the Ontario child welfare system compared to white children, we conducted secondary analyses of the OIS 2018 dataset. Here we show disparity indices for maltreatment-related investigations in Ontario in 2018 by ethno-racial category. In comparison to white children, shown here with the odds ratio of 1, Latin American children were 2.3 times more likely to be investigated by child welfare agencies for maltreatment-related concerns in Ontario in 2018. In Canada, Latin American immigrants have become one of the fastest growing immigrant populations, with a growth rate 3 times higher than the overall immigrant population. According to the 2016 Canadian census, there are 447,325 self-identified Latin Americans in Canada, and the largest proportion reside in Ontario. As you know, the community self-identifying as Latin American or Latinx is comprised of a diverse group with differences along class, race, cultural, political, regional, and religious attributions. And members of this community may also be at heightened vulnerability, as the 2016 Canadian census reported that 15.4% of Latin Americans lived below the poverty cutoff, which is nearly double the Canadian average. So this is consistent with the disparity and disproportionality that we see emerging from the OIS 2018 data. So here you can see what we mean when we say that Latin American children were disproportionately involved with child welfare services in Ontario in 2018. In 2018, Latin American children accounted for just 1.3% of the overall Ontario children's population, but were involved in a greater proportion of child welfare investigations, almost 3%. Similarly, the rate of investigations, that is the number of child welfare investigations per 1,000 children in Ontario, was 2.3 times greater for Latin American children, as you see in the orange bar, compared to white children represented by the blue bar. Using data from multiple cycles of the OIS, we see that the rate of investigations, so the number of investigations per 1,000 children in Ontario that involved Latin American children, has increased since 2008, while that for white children has remained relatively stable. This further highlights the need to better understand the factors contributing to these differences. And so in that regard, we looked at the reason behind the referral to child welfare, or the nature of the investigation. Here you can see the proportion of investigations that were attributable to each category for Latin American children in orange and white children in blue. Investigations involving Latin American children were more likely to involve an allegation of physical abuse, sexual abuse, or intimate partner violence. We also found that investigations involving Latin American children were more likely to result from a police-initiated referral, possibly in relation to situations involving intimate partner violence. Investigating workers were asked to identify whether children were experiencing any functioning concerns. So these can include troubles at school, these can include internalizing or externalizing disorders, or physical complications. Overall, we see that Latin American children were noted as having fewer functioning concerns compared to white children, which suggests resiliency. Similarly, investigating workers were less likely to note caregiver risk factors in investigations involving Latin American children, with the exception of being a victim of intimate partner violence, which was equally as likely. Finally, this slide summarizes some of the data we just discussed, that Latin American families and children are overrepresented by 2.3 times in the Ontario child welfare system, that these investigations were more likely to involve concerns around physical and sexual abuse and exposure to intimate partner violence, and that they were not significantly more likely to involve concerns around child functioning. What I would like to draw your attention to is this section here. While the initial engagement in an investigation is 2.3 times as likely for Latin American children and families, this disparity becomes greater with each level of child welfare service involvement. You can see that transfer to ongoing services, so meaning that the investigation leads to continued involvement and support from the child welfare agency, is more than 2.5 times as likely. Placement of children in care and court involvement is at an even greater likelihood following investigations involving Latin American children as compared to those involving white children. Altogether, this suggests that Latin American children and families were more likely to experience more intrusive child welfare services in Ontario, Canada in 2018. So how can we summarize this? Well, a relatively small proportion of both the child and investigation population, Latin American children are overrepresented in child maltreatment-related investigations in Ontario in 2018. There are significant investigation disparities for Latin American children compared to their white counterparts, being more than 2 times as likely to be investigated, and this disparity is maintained or greater at other decision points in the child welfare journey. These findings align with other studies that have examined disparities in child welfare involvement for First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and Black populations in Ontario, Canada. Latin American children and families are more likely to be impacted by exposure to intimate partner violence, and this may have influences on the trajectory of these families through the child welfare system. These findings highlight the need to focus on Latin American communities in Ontario and broader Canadian child welfare systems to inform practice and policy considerations that can adequately respond to this community's unique needs. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your attention today and look forward to any questions or conversation after the other presentations. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Laura. That was great and very informative. Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on to our third presentation of the panel, which is going to be presented by David Quintana. And I will also give just a nod to the non-presenting author, Marciela Chita. So I'll introduce David. David holds a master's in social research methods and techniques and is currently obtaining a PhD in education. He works as a researcher and professor at the Salvadoran Lutheran University, where he teaches courses on research methods and techniques and social statistics. David has conducted research on gender violence, childhood and adolescence. He's published 2 books on social and educational issues, more than 40 opinion articles, and more than 10 academic articles on issues of education and gender. His presentation today is titled "The Protection of the Rights of Children and Adolescents in the Education Sector, Silence and Ignorance." And David, I'll pass it on to you now. Thanks.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Es un gusto para mí ser parte de este encuentro internacional en el cual pues los investigadores tenemos a bien compartir esos hallazgos de nuestros estudios. Así que agradezco la invitación a este encuentro. Voy a compartir mi pantalla para poder visibilizar algunos datos importantes que considero necesario. Pues reiterando, este es un trabajo en conjunto con la profesora Maricela Chita, quien lastimosamente no puede ser parte de esta presentación, sin embargo también es partícipe de este esfuerzo. Este proyecto en particular pues, se titula "La protección de los derechos de la niñez y adolescencia en El Salvador", en el sector educación, silencio y desconocimiento. Voy a tratar de hacer un poco más grande mi presentación, a ver si logramos hacerlo por acá. Y en específico, Este proyecto se presenta ahora en 7 grandes apartados. Quiero iniciar con una introducción, el planteamiento del problema, los objetivos, una fundamentación teórica básica, la metodología que se utilizó para el proyecto. Posteriormente conoceremos sus resultados, conclusiones y recomendaciones al respecto. En lo que termina de cargar mi pantalla, pues doy paso a la primera parte que tenía que ver con lo que ya mencionaba de los aspectos que tiene este proyecto de investigación, así que voy a referirme puntualmente a el inicio de este proyecto. Visualizamos, particularmente en el contexto salvadoreño, que la violencia constituye una dinámica continua que se manifiesta en la vulneración de derechos de niños y adolescentes y que ésta se da en diversos espacios como lo son la familia, la escuela y la comunidad. Este importante antecedente en la historia nos dio la pauta para el desarrollo de un proyecto que diera paso a la identificación de esta manifestación de violencia, sobre todo desde una perspectiva que muchas veces queda olvidada en los informes, y es precisamente la visión o el punto de vista de los niños y adolescentes que la sufren. En este sentido, somos conscientes de que el espiral de violencia es amplio y que en el peor de los casos, esta violencia no termina siendo denunciada ante las autoridades competentes. Evidentemente, esto tiene un trasfondo que es necesario indagarlo. Bajo esta consideración de que los niños y adolescentes están inmersos en una espiral de violencia en los diversos espacios en los cuales se desenvuelven, pues nos planteamos metodológicamente un propósito, y fue precisamente describir esa comprensión que los adolescentes tienen de estas instituciones que dentro del sistema educativo tienen a bien velar por la protección y el resguardo de esos derechos que como tal pues forman parte de los niños que automáticamente por el hecho de ser personas se vuelven acreedores y acreedoras. Con este objetivo general, pues visualizamos la necesidad de plantear 2 objetivos específicos. El primero de ellos era explorar las percepciones que los niños y adolescentes tienen sobre estos esfuerzos que el Ministerio de Educación desarrolla en conjunto con otras instancias dentro de los centros escolares. Si bien es cierto, esto no era suficiente y por ello concebimos la necesidad de plantearnos un segundo objetivo, y este era caracterizar la confianza que estos niños y adolescentes tienen en las instituciones que desde una perspectiva legal tienen ese compromiso de velar propiamente por el resguardo y la protección de los derechos de la niñez. Conforme estos objetivos específicos, buscamos en la literatura la fundamentación teórica necesaria que nos permitiera más adelante interpretar los datos que íbamos a encontrar. Con ello, inicialmente observábamos cuál es el rol de las instituciones educativas en función de los derechos de la niñez. Y para ello observamos que desde la Organización Mundial de la Salud, esta nos establece que las escuelas deben ofrecer entornos que apoyen y promuevan la dignidad y el desarrollo de la protección infantil. Bajo esta perspectiva, tenemos en cuenta de que los centros educativos deben convertirse en espacios en los cuales los niños y adolescentes deben de desarrollarse de forma integral. En ese sentido, encontramos que la escuela como tal debe ser un espacio que promueva esos derechos. Otro aspecto que nos llamaba la atención en esa revisión de literatura era el tema de la denuncia y el aviso de la violencia. Y encontramos que de acuerdo a UNICEF, estadísticamente se evidencia que por lo menos 1 de cada 4 jóvenes víctimas de algún tipo de violencia nunca avisó. Esto deja al descubierto de que si las escuelas son espacios fuertes para la protección de los derechos de la niñez, esto no basta porque finalmente hay situaciones de violencia y que lastimosamente no son demostrables, es decir, que no son conocidas de forma organizada mediante una denuncia. Esto es una alerta también para todas las instituciones involucradas de que evidentemente existe un problema y empezamos a visualizar un silencio ante la violencia que experimenta la niñez y adolescencia. Bajo esta fundamentación teórica diseñamos nuestro estudio y se determinó que el enfoque pertinente para este proyecto era el cualitativo, considerando la naturaleza del objeto de estudio, que era precisamente la comprensión de esas prácticas de las instituciones que tienen el compromiso de velar por el resguardo y la protección de los derechos desde la perspectiva de los adolescentes. En este caso, los sujetos participantes fueron adolescentes entre 13, 14 y 15 años y trabajamos con 10 de ellos que asistieron a un centro escolar en el año 2021, obviamente de forma virtual, ¿no? Por el contexto de pandemia. Eso demandó que las técnicas y los instrumentos pertinentes para este proyecto fuera particularmente la entrevista, que por evidentes razones de el confinamiento se desarrollaron a través de plataformas que nos permitieron la interacción con los adolescentes, manteniendo siempre las medidas de bioseguridad. El procesamiento y el análisis de los datos se realizó mediante una triangulación entre los datos obtenidos en la fase de campo, los aportes que ya existen mediante la literatura y el análisis de expertos. Esos fueron los recursos que nos permitieron hacer un análisis más completo de la comprensión que tienen los adolescentes de las prácticas de estas instituciones encargadas por velar en la protección de los derechos de la niñez. Bajo este diseño metodológico, los resultados a los cuales llegamos, por un lado, de acuerdo a nuestros objetivos, nos interesaba identificar cuáles son esos esfuerzos que son percibidos por los niños y adolescentes desde el Ministerio de Educación, Ciencia y Tecnología. Y textualmente podemos ver a partir de la voz de los adolescentes es que nos indican que algunos de ellos no conocen. Una expresión muy común fue: no sé cuál es el esfuerzo que hace el Ministerio de Educación para proteger mis derechos. Por otro lado, otros jóvenes lo veían en función de algunos recursos que se asignan, como el caso de la entrega de computadoras, lo cual se aceleró mucho en el contexto de pandemia. Y ellos veían que el entregarles recursos para la continuidad de la educación era una forma con la cual también se estaba facilitando el acceso o promoviendo sus derechos. Por otro lado, otra de las narrativas más comunes de parte de los adolescentes era que un esfuerzo percibido por el Ministerio de Educación era hablar sobre los derechos humanos. Y esto nos indica que desde una perspectiva curricular, expresado en los planes y programas de estudio, se está haciendo un esfuerzo que es observado por los niños y adolescentes. Este estudio también nos permitió identificar qué instituciones se involucran según la percepción de los adolescentes. Se empieza a mantener la tendencia al desconocimiento cuando una parte de ellos nos dice: no sé, casi no hay incidentes de ese tipo, lo cual me impide conocer qué instituciones intervienen. Otra de las respuestas obtenidas cuando se preguntaba a los adolescentes qué instituciones son las que observan que ante una situación de violencia pues reaccionan de manera inmediata, nos dice que la Policía Nacional Civil, y aparece nuevamente el Ministerio de Educación, Ciencia y Tecnología, y esto tiene correspondencia con las respuestas emitidas en la categoría anterior, esfuerzos del Ministerio de Educación, Ciencia y Tecnología. Más adelante, en otro de los resultados, nos interesaba conocer no solo los esfuerzos que perciben los adolescentes, sino también las instituciones que intervienen y sobre todo en qué terminan esos casos de violencia que perciben los adolescentes. Y nuevamente vemos que por un lado aparece ese desconocimiento cuando nos dicen no sé en qué terminan esos casos, o por lo menos yo no estoy enterado o enterada. Por otro lado, vemos una afectación en la dimensión de la salud. Algunos de ellos nos manifestaban que la exposición a estas situaciones de violencia terminan en traumas para las personas que lo viven de forma directa como indirecta. Por ello, algunas de las respuestas emitidas eran: lo percibo como algunos problemas graves para mi persona. Eso también atañe a la dimensión económica y social como una consecuencia del desenlace que tienen estos hechos de violencia, que no solo se desarrollan dentro del centro escolar, sino en sus mismos alrededores. Con ello entonces arribamos a dos conclusiones en específico, siendo la primera de ellas que, como bien tuvimos, explorar esa comprensión que tienen los adolescentes de las prácticas del sector educación, vemos que éstas se caracterizan particularmente por ser difusas y en algunos casos trascienden hasta el desconocimiento, lo cual sin duda pues favorece que estas situaciones terminen en un silencio que evidentemente no es casualidad, sino que se atribuye a fenómenos multicausales. En este sentido, avanzamos a una segunda de las conclusiones, y es que pese a este desconocimiento bastante marcado en las expresiones emitidas por parte de los jóvenes que participaron en este estudio, todas ellas, en función de ese desconocimiento, las instituciones involucradas en la protección de los derechos de la niñez y la adolescencia regularmente terminan focalizadas en el Ministerio de Educación y en la Policía Nacional Civil como la medida quizás más drástica, cuando el centro escolar pues no logra darle respuesta efectiva a una situación de violencia. La medida más radical es llamar de forma directa a la Policía Nacional Civil para que intervenga ante una situación que realmente requiere, y porque el centro escolar pues considera que no tiene las condiciones para poder darle respuesta. A partir de estas conclusiones, tenemos a bien generar una recomendación, y en vista a los resultados a los cuales llega este estudio, es generar una articulación que promueva esos esfuerzos de manera cohesionada y holística a fin de sensibilizar mediante la toma de conocimiento que nos permita tomar acciones. Es decir, que todos los actores involucrados, llámese padres de familia, estudiantes, adolescentes, instituciones que están pues legalmente autorizadas para intervenir, lo hagan de una forma sistémica, que es algo que muchas veces no se hace, en función de contribuir a ese ideal de la preservación de los derechos de la niñez y adolescencia. Las referencias, algunas de ellas que he logrado colocar acá, que forman parte del sustento teórico de este proyecto, pues las tenemos por ahí. Y no me resta más que agradecer la atención pues a esta presentación. Así que un cordial saludo desde El Salvador.
Thank you so much, David. Sorry, I just had a prompt that came up. That was a really wonderful presentation, our third presentation of the panel, and I'm going to move on to our last scheduled presentation before we return back to Mr. Remy, but I'm going to introduce our final group of speakers. So we have a group presentation by Trayvon Edwards, Andre Layler, and Veronica Escobar Olivo. And I'd like to give a nod to our non-presenting authors, Henry Prada, Tierney McDermott, and Kristen Sward. So a little bit about these speakers. Trayvon is an assistant professor in the School of Child and Youth Care at Toronto Metropolitan University and a PhD candidate in social work at the University of Toronto. Trayvon is an experienced critical youth worker with a demonstrated history of working in various social services related settings, including child welfare and protection, education and supportive housing for youth experiencing homelessness. His research aims to understand how state systems operate and how Black communities experience them to one day improve their realities and outcomes. Andre Layler is a PhD student in social justice education in the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, which is housed at the University of Toronto. Andre has over 7 years of experience as a child protection investigation and family service worker. He also has experience in the health and social services sector, providing services and support to refugees, university students, and individuals experiencing mental health crisis. Andre's research interests are in anti-Black racism, child welfare, colonialism, neoliberalism, anti-colonial interventions, and resistance movements. And Veronica Escobar Olivo is the research project coordinator for the Rights of Children and Youth Partnership. She obtained a master's in immigration and settlement studies from Toronto Metropolitan University, and her areas of interest include equity and belonging, Latin American and Caribbean diasporas in Canada, violence against women and children, decoloniality and epistemologies of the South, and sociological feminism. Today, this group of speakers are going to be presenting Participatory Youth Care and Stage of Rights, Black Caribbean Youth in Out-of-Home Care. And I will pass it on to you three.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the warm introduction. So today, my colleagues and I, Veronica Escobar Olivo and Andre Layler, will be presenting our paper. These are preliminary findings, but the title is called Performative Youth Work and the Staging of Rights for Black Youth in Ontario's Child Welfare System. And once again, a special shout out to our co-authors, Dr. Henry Parada, Tierney McDermott, and Kristen Sward.
So to begin, we want to talk a little bit about the background of child participation in the Canadian context. So child participation is a concept and right outlined in Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Children, which Canada ratified in 1991. This means that both the federal and provincial governments have committed to ensuring that children's rights are protected against all forms of discrimination. Canadian courts are obligated to treat children as right-bearing individuals and respect their narratives and capacity for decision-making. At the provincial level, Ontario enacted the Child, Youth and Family Services Act in 2017, which makes provisions for the protection of at-risk children and families that emphasizes the need for children's direct involvement in decision-making. The CYFSA indicates that when children are removed from their caregivers, the child welfare system has a responsibility to uphold their rights. However, research has shown that anti-Black racism is embedded within the child welfare system and negatively affects the experiences of Black children and youth. Black youth are disproportionately represented in the child welfare system, and studies have indicated this is largely due to over-surveillance, over-reporting, and racial bias. Black children living in out-of-home care experience negative consequences as a result of anti-Black racism in the form of having their cultural needs neglected, experiencing placement instability, and over-policing, in addition to the historical and ongoing discrimination and oppression experienced by Black communities in Canada.
So given this context, the objective of this paper or this presentation aims to explore the ways in which youth participatory rights are considered or not within the context of child welfare practice. The study was guided by the following research questions. 1, are Black youth's rights to participation considered in out-of-home care? And 2, how are workers and caregivers operationalizing Black youth's rights to participate while they're living in out-of-home care?
This research weaves anti-Black racism theory with the children's rights framework to explore the experiences of Black youth living in out-of-home care. Anti-Black racism references a unique and specific type of racism directed towards the Black community, and a children's rights framework argues that young people's voices should be heard, centered, and valued. The principles of youth voice is a central tenet of the child's rights framework that promotes the view that a young person's perspective is equally as important as an adult's. Both the children's rights framework and anti-Black racism theory recognize that institutional structures and policies can disempower Black youth. When Black youth adopt lifestyles and behaviors clashing with normative concepts of childhood and behavior that are expected of young people, these are often stigmatized or pathologized as bad behavior that needs to be corrected. In the child welfare context, advocates have argued that there are 3 main responses to Black youth by professionals. First, resistance, where workers maintain their own organizational cultural norms and perspectives. Second, acceptance, where professionals do not believe that the system can be transformed. And third, denial, where individuals refuse to see youth care as a contentious social political space. Moving from an understanding of Black youth as problematic or passive recipients of service, they should be viewed as active agents and experts of their own lives. Anti-Black racism and a children's rights framework recognizes Black youth's resistance as a response to their environment and lack of participatory rights.
So the present analysis is based on 27 interviews conducted with Black Caribbean youth between the ages of 16 and 26 who have experience in out-of-home care in Ontario, Canada. A narrative interview process was used in this study and aimed to create a space where youth could present themselves in agentic ways, potentially provide insights into the working of power in their lives, and cast doubt on established theories that traditionally pathologize them. The youth took part in individual semi-structured narrative interviews for an average of 60 minutes, in which they described their child protection experiences, beginning with the age at which they first came into contact with the child welfare system.
So from those interviews, there were 3 major narratives that emerged. The first of which being a lack of care from caregivers, second being the need to center youth voice, and third being performative youth work. So out-of-home care settings are essentially the youth's home and are supposed to be an environment where young people can find safety. But unfortunately, they emphasized that care was lacking within these spaces. Youth expressed that there was a lack of care from their workers, which manifested in the form of minimal efforts placed into their relationships, workers doing the bare minimum, or in some instances, nothing at all. There has also been recent concern raised by youth and various child welfare advocates in the local media as it relates to the commodification of care. Young people in this study have also expressed that they feel that their caregivers don't really care about them and that they're only there for the money. As per the Child and Youth Family Service Act, young people have a right to appropriate clothing, but Bria's rights in this regard were violated. She shared, "Shit started to get rocky and untrustworthy when she was buying herself a whole bunch of stuff and I wasn't getting my clothing allowance. We have a certain amount of money each session to go shopping, but I like to save it up and do a big shopping spree because I wore a uniform every day. One day, I wanted to go shopping and she's like, oh, I just got your receipts. She sold me receipts for Victoria's Secret, a white bathing suit, a jersey dress, a bunch of things. All my receipts show I bought a bunch of stuff and they weren't mine. She's like, oh, these receipts are already in. I can't do anything."
Second narrative is the need to center youth voice. Black youth felt their voices were not considered throughout their time in out-of-home care. This took form in many ways as youth disclosed they were not a part of decision-making processes, particularly as it related to their placements, so where they lived, who they could talk to, including their families, and their day-to-day programming. When Black youth's voices were not included in decision-making, they disengaged from their workers or acted out in ways that were viewed as negative, pushing them further away from getting the therapeutic support they needed. The quote in this slide highlights one of the youth's experiences of not having their voices heard. They stated, "My worker just dropped me off and gives them all the files and stuff that my previous home had, and they talk for a little bit, and I'm never part of the conversation. Then she leaves and I go to my room. When the worker is talking to the staff, they talk to them by themselves."
So the third narrative that emerged was performative youth care. A critical element that impeded Black youth's feeling of participation included receiving inconsistent or superficial support from workers. Black youth often shared examples of workers not providing support appropriate to their situation. Due to their views not being centered, Black youth felt that workers' interactions with them were performative and superficial and lacked authenticity. This performativity arose in the form of routine questions that weren't asked with actual care, minimal engagement in conversations, and nothing done to enact real change. So for example, Tyrell shared that while his worker asked all the right questions and did fulfill her responsibility of checking in on him, he could sense that he was not really being listened to. Often Tyrell felt that when he did open up or share things he thought could be done to improve his situation, his worker did little to listen to or meet those needs. So for example, Tyrell says, even if you tell her this is what you can do and this is what can change, nothing really changes. She'd be like, oh shoot, I'd love to, but I can't. And that would pretty much be it. Next slide. So despite child protection work occurring within a rights-based framework, the youth in this study experienced just a weak commitment to upholding children's rights as per the CRC and the CYFSA. The narratives of youth indicate that while there is an obligation in policy to uphold and respect children's rights, there is a disconnect in practice. The adult-centric system indicates that while the child welfare system is meant to prioritize and protect the rights of youth, narratives revealed that children were often second thoughts in their own protection. For example, one youth shared that when he'd requested a placement changed, he was ignored, so he began acting out and was eventually moved because his foster parents were unhappy with his behavior. This example illustrates how the comfort of adults continues to take priority over the children. Participants repeatedly emphasized that they did not feel like they could rely on their workers to properly advocate for their needs or even trust their workers, indicating that youth are not sufficiently listened to by their social workers.
And building off of Veronica's points, there needs to be a centralization of youth voices, particularly as it relates to Black youth, given their overrepresentation throughout the system and the disparities they face at many service dispositions. In the child welfare generally, there's an undervaluing of Black youth as it relates to their voice, autonomy, and well-being. Historically, Black youth's needs have not been met across various institutions and systems, including school, mental health, and judicial services, and instead they are pathologized, stigmatized, and criminalized in lieu of being provided the meaningful supports that they need. The child welfare system is no exception. Black youth have been vocal about what they need and have been silenced and sidestepped. For example, the My Hair story, a story raised by youth advocates who have lived experience in the system, illuminates the ways in which Black youth have expressed their culturally specific needs, including their hair grooming needs, as well as their cultural food needs. They voice these expectations, and yet workers would constantly say no. They would be silenced and ignored. These minute practices at micro levels essentially was built up and caused structural ways in which Black youth's needs would eventually be not met. Future areas of practice and research need to begin to do more than just hear youth concerns and needs to begin to operationalize these needs in the form of advocacy and make them actionable deliverables to improve their experiences in out-of-home care.
So our recommendations for policy and practice include, first, enhanced culturally sensitive training for child welfare staff. Second, centering Black youth's voice and participation in policy and practice. And third, advocacy for Black youth rights. It is important to recognize that whiteness is embedded within policy, practice, and legislation. As such, training alone cannot fix structural conditions or anti-Black racism. Workers engaging with youth must demonstrate a commitment towards solidarity work. Solidarity work focuses on centering the needs and well-being of those dissimilar from ourselves, recognizing and acknowledging individual privilege and oppression, and understanding that the expression of privilege and oppression is intersectional. This work must go beyond the individual worker and instead must be interwoven into institutional mandates and practices. Narratives illustrated that youth were often excluded from important dialogues about their care, and if they were consulted, this was done in a performative way. Youth must be included and consulted in important decision-making processes related to their care. Decisions should be made based on their best interests, and youth should receive full explanation and information in a way that is accessible to them. This recommendation is given with caution, as the inclusion of youth voices can be an institutionalized process, but should be implemented with care and respect for children's experiences. Finally, youth were primarily reliant on social workers to exercise their rights to participation in decision-making processes. Given the variety of factors undermining rapport with Black youth and their workers, it is important to provide alternative access to advocacy so that youth are not solely dependent on the quality of their relationship with their workers to have their voices heard and their rights met. Future research should explore how these implications become operationalized in the child welfare redesign, which is happening in 2024, to ensure that our most vulnerable Black youth are supported in the child welfare system.
So that's our presentation, and we look forward to having a great dialogue with you all.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I'm excited to open up to questions, but I'm going to jump back to Mr. Remy. Mr. Remy, are you on the call? Because we do still have some time. Mr. Remy, if you're on the call, can you unmute? Oh, you are. You're right there. I see you. May we jump back into your presentation? And do you think that you could do maybe a 2-minute recap and then jump in, and would 7 minutes be okay?
You try.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Are you seeing my screen? Are you seeing my screen? Right.
Yes.
Okay, well, I think I can just continue from here. We were talking about the methods used, and I think that we won't really go over the methods, but largely the problems were mixed. The approaches were mixed methods. Okay, approve. Are you seeing my screen? Right. Right. So to try to recap, the methods used largely were mixed methods. We also document reviews, site visits, collection of primary data, some secondary. Feedback instruments were used in the several reports. There was focus group, and there were selection criteria applied in the sampling strategies in all of the studies. In terms of limitations, normally studies like this carry room for doubt and room for bias, but the fact that they were done over a 46-year period with different actors involved, although they dealt with the same institutions, I guess gives one a little cause for comfort. In reviewing the findings, the key findings of the various studies done over this 46-year period, the key issues turned out to be infrastructural and health issues, poor infrastructure, unsanitary conditions, and so on, and also health issues that children faced. There were also issues of support coming from the social services because they were so widely diffused among various government agencies. You know, the issue of coordination always arose. Then there was the placement issue of the most vulnerable children at risk. Most children, in fact, are not orphans. Very few are orphans. About 10 to 12% are orphans. The rest are children out of difficult circumstances with families and so on. Then there was the issue of learning disabilities, which was a major issue with children who are in institutional care. Many of them, in fact, a large percentage of them have learning disabilities which affect their social functioning, their understanding, their comprehension, and is often linked to behavioral disorders, compounded by the psychosocial dynamics that would have contributed to that as well. Then there's a cycle of transmission from one institutional experience to another. So they just keep repeating recidivism within the institutional continuum. Care services definitely not meeting the diverse needs of children in care. And there's often limited access to scarce resources. Critical programs and service needs obviously was special education. And as mentioned by other colleagues, mental health and therapeutic interventions. That's a major requirement in the society, actually. And behavioral and rehab programs are not as available as required. Then there's the issue of transition and life skills to prepare the children who are in these facilities to return to normal social life following the period of can't say incarceration, but the period of detention, literally, in these facilities. Then there's the issue of unstructured and ill-designed programs not tailored to fit the needs of residents, programs lacking in focus on the social adjustment of children. And there's not a special effort to maintain ongoing relationships between parents, guardians, and children. You know, there are no facilities within the institution to encourage that kind of communication, that kind of visitation, and so on. And a big issue is the lack of management training. Staff are also ill-equipped by way of attitude and their competency to deal with the required needs of the children. And there's an absence of certified training programs for child care workers that can run and continue to meet their needs. The issue of interagency collaboration has always been a difficulty in our society. There's inadequate, ineffective state coordination and collaboration. And there's variation in the extent of responsibility, which is felt by different agencies who are in charge of certain missions. Justice Jones, in the 2021 most recent review of children's homes, identified a couple of issues. One of which is the issue of legislation not being sufficiently articulate to convey to those who have to implement it clear directions and instructions. So there's often confusion about responsibility and about role in terms of implementation. Then she referred to the placement crisis. Children in need of placements greater than the capacity. So there's a problem there. Children tend to be placed in inappropriate placements and that is not age appropriate or needs driven. And there's an issue of licensure of homes. Most homes are not licensed. Most of the community residences are not licensed. And there's an intention to have that rectified in the shortest possible time as a result of Justice Jones's report. So children often placed at risk currently in under-regulated, under-resourced, and poorly managed facilities, where there's also inadequate funding as well. And of course, she recounted the familiar issue of staffing. Boards of management, often unprepared and unable to manage their responsibilities. And staff as well, again, not fit for roles. And that's a major issue. Also, she noted that the roles and responsibilities and functions of the authority are sometimes unclear with regard to their delivery. Now, interestingly, when we review some of the recommendations of the earlier reports, Dr. Wyatt Ali's report, again, many of the recommendations were implemented. The report of REMI, in fact, noted that 75% of the recommendations, of the 24 recommendations, have been implemented. So there's been some progress. However, not yet implemented. A few things worth noting. There's a need for development of a community family service centers staffed by trained caseworkers. That's not fully in place. Managers of institutions not professionally trained to administer these organizations. That still is an issue. Boards of management, again, we refer to that in Justice Jones's report, are not properly constituted and properly able to discharge their responsibilities. There's a great emphasis. There's a need for dealing with the attitude, and the whole recruitment process for childcare workers needs to be looked at. Training needs to be done systematically. There needs to be a systematic training program for childcare workers at different levels of responsibility. One size doesn't often fit all. Looking at two other reports, the Bishop report, the Child and Family Services Act, well, there was implementation in that regard. There's been a National Services Family Coordinating Unit that has been implemented. Training continues to be ad hoc. However, they've made some progress with education for protection and prevention by having lots of parenting programs and using the media to reach people and doing workshops with parents at the community level. System-wise, there's no research unit in place to study the issues relating to children. Procedures for implementing procedures, there's been some work. Children's Authority have made some progress in that regard by developing procedures, but that's still a work in progress. And so too is management and coordination. Still some implementation taking place, but there's much more work needs to be done. And we would say that the authority is beginning to embark on improvement. And so therefore, in the near future, next 6 months or 6 to 8 months, 9 months or so, we should see some significant changes and so on. The SABGA report about licensing, well, licensure, we talked about that. There's slow implementation, but that's been worked on. In terms of health surveillance, there's no memorandum of understanding in place that involves these facilities having first-rate services when required. Kids have to stand in line at the various health centers when required. There's been some progress regarding critical incident reporting, and the childcare plans have begun to be developed. There's some challenges there. Management committees, which SABGA recommended, not yet implemented. Management training, but we talked about that previously. Now, going forward, what are some of the strategic actions that need to be done, which can make a difference? I guess we noted 10 particular points. First of all, we must recognize and appreciate what's working and what's not. We must also appreciate what's been done and what's not yet done, because some things have been done and which needs to be acknowledged. Goals and objectives need to be clarified, and we need to focus on alignment, management alignment, using a dashboard approach to harmonize and maximize resource management. We need to focus on evaluating programs and interventions in terms of effectiveness within some kind of performance management and performance support framework, because we need to give support to those who are doing the jobs at various levels, not just put them under the scope, but also provide them with relevant support. We also need to accelerate corrective action with specified targets. Action is often proposed and planned and so on, but not given dates and times for review. There's a need to use expert facilitation, both administrative, technical, as well as professional, especially clinical, to add to the effectiveness of implementation of a proper, effective, functioning child management system. We also need to formulate and execute comprehensive human resource management. And I say training strategy separately because all is related, but the training needs to be looked at as a holistic program at all levels, including university level, other certificate type levels and so on, and other kind of continuing education systems and so on. So we need to look at what are the needs. The needs assessment of all of the actors in the system needs to be determined, and training needs to be sorted out, and certification of that training, and requirement that all people in various roles and tasks be exposed. Additionally, We need to develop a research agenda, and which we can use in universities. And we need to also look at internal and external auditing to see, well, how well are we doing, and what's the gaps that we need to fill. That's critical. You know, the auditing needs to be a professional activity carried out by people who are competent to audit.
Mr.
Then,
Rep, can I give you your just a 2-minute warning here?
sure.
Thank you.
We need to also educate the media and develop a comprehensive and integrated public communications plan. The media tends to focus on juicy, nice stories about what's going wrong and so on, but the media needs to understand how to position the development needs of these institutions and how to support as well as critique things that are not happening. And then ministries of government need to sign MOUs, memoranda of understanding, with accountability clauses, so that they can agree to do things that need to be done. So in conclusion, we're making progress along the continuum. We're making some progress. But the problem of managing children and youth is complex, very complex. Anywhere in the world is complex. Reports from 1940 to present have validated this concern, that we are dealing with a complex issue. So solution models must be designed from evidence-based research, and that's urgently required. Regional governments need to task the university to deliver suitable programs that deal with these needs, both at management level and at clinical levels. Unstable children and youth in unstable families destabilize community and country. So the policy options are clear. You either use option one, invest adequately now in relevant socioeconomic agenda, or you reap the rewards of social stability later, or you pursue option two, a residual approach with minimum expenditure and predictable outcomes of intractable disorder. So with those few words, I thank you for your support, and I hope you have complied with the supplementary time.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the presenters today. Those presentations were very informative, and I am looking to the chat to invite folks to insert your questions, type your questions in. But I'm going to go to the first question, which is for Laura, and it's from Natasha Joseph. Natasha, would you like to unmute yourself and read your question? Okay, and in the absence of hearing from Natasha, I'm just going to go ahead and read the question. So this is, again, for Laura, our I believe our second presenter. Could you please state the different races that are seen in the report? And can you indicate if the Latin Americans are the most treated group?
For sure. Okay, so a little bit of background information on how this information is collected. When the forms for each of the investigations is filled out by the investigating worker, the worker is who identifies the ethno-racial background that they understand to be true for the child or family based on their assessment. So the categories that are available for the workers are according to the 2016 Canadian census. And so those include, I can share my screen here. This figure that I showed, you can see along the bottom some of the other ethno-racial categories that were included and available. There's also the option for workers to endorse other if the ethno-racial category is mixed, and then they can type in this, or unavailable, and typing in the specific ethno-racial category. In terms of the most popular, or not popular, sorry, the most treated populace or group within our category, within our study, the category of white or Caucasian, they were the most represented or greatest proportion within our group, but that again is in accordance with this category also representing the highest proportion within the Ontario child population. So white was approximately 55% of the investigations. Latin American or self-identifying Latin American children and families represented about 3% of the proportion within the study investigative population. Other categories, Black and Indigenous children and families, were representative of some of those other groups, of course. But one thing to note is that we have been working on some follow-up analyses to see whether any of these investigative details change after a family has been within contact with the agency for a more extended period of time. And we have been seeing a shift in the racial ethnicity group that is endorsed by the family sometimes. And we're not sure what the reasons for that are, but this is to say that it might be possible that some of the racial ethnic categories that we see here in the proportions might be underrepresentative of the actual numbers. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you so much, Laura. If there is a follow-up question, Natasha, please type it into the chat, but I'll move on to our next question, which is for Trayvon, Andre, and Veronica. It's a two-parter. So number one, could you please remind me of the age range of your participants? And number two, did you note the racial composition of the child care workers, social workers, and carers referenced by the participants? Rosanna, who is posing the question, wonders if there are any noteworthy instances of discrimination of Black youth by Black practitioners, and this is based on the Caribbean experience, where care discrimination often is based on stereotypes about class and not limited to race solely.
Thank you. Yeah, Trayvon did have to step out. He had another engagement, but Andre and I will try to answer the questions as best as we can. So to answer the first part of the question, the age range was 16 to 26. A lot of the interviews were retrospective, though, not all of them, but most of them looked at the time that the children were in care before they were 18. And in terms of the second question, I don't know, Andre, did you want to take it or did you want me to go ahead?
From what I understood, we weren't able to get the racial composition of the caregivers, so that's a limitation of the study. And I think there was something else in terms of like class and race as well, and how that's looked at in the child welfare system. So I believe that at least in the Ontario child welfare system, we're seeing more evidence that anti-Black racism is a major factor. So I think all caregivers, all staff are implicated in that in some way or another, or can be. So we certainly think that there's some elements of race in the child welfare system.
I think discrimination manifests in a lot of different ways, and race is an entry point, but in the intersectionality analysis of it, I'm sure gender, class, all of that has compounding effects on the experience of these youth.
All right, thank you both for that answer. And I invite Rosanna, if you have a follow-up question, please feel free to type it into the chat. I'm going to move on just to a comment from Allison. Excellent and enlightening presentations. It makes the case for constant advocacy at all levels, increased involvement by competent, empowered, and caring and properly remunerated social workers, and research like this to highlight the ongoing challenges and to inform policy. Ethnic and racial nuances are a particular concern. My heart goes out to children who have suffered and continue to suffer. Thank you for your comment, Allison. And I have another question from Maxine, which is for Mr. Remy. So Maxine says, thanks for the presentation. What are some interventions or inputs required at the level of the private sector?
I think the private sector can play a great role. One, in funding institutions or community residences that can expand the availability of residences. Secondly, the private sector can also support by funding training, both local and foreign training, and also fund research as well. You know, they can fund research projects. They can certainly, in a relationship with the university, they can fund special projects to interrogate specific problems and so on. For example, the issue of what is a quality, what facilitates quality care in residential facilities for children and youth, and what is the impact of residential care on children in care. Things like that, private sector can certainly play a great part in supporting, which will help to improve the whole thrust forward.
Thank you for that, Mr. Remy. Laura, I know you added an additional note. Did you want to share that with the audience?
Sure. I just did want to note that we have a major findings report for this this data, the OIS 2018, and those major finding reports, they pertain to the population as a whole. And then we are still in process of working with different relevant ethno-cultural and racial groups to produce different reports that pertain to the questions and perspectives of that community. So I know that there is a report that's been released that some of the other presenters here have worked on for pertaining to Black communities. There's an Indigenous specific report and First Nation specific report. And we are actually working to put together a report consisting of the Canadian data for the Latin American community, so that if this data is something that interests you, it will be available. It should be available hopefully in the next coming months.
Thank you for that follow-up, Laura. I appreciate it. Before I return to the chat, I just, because there are a couple more questions, I did have one quick question for David. So David, my apologies if I missed this in your presentation, but something that really stuck out to me in your talk was the issue of non-reporting. And so I know that in the Canadian context, a lot of reports to child protection come from the education system. And so we have a huge issue of over-reporting here. And so it was really interesting to compare that to the Salvadoran context, where there's an issue of under-reporting. And I was hoping you could help me understand who primarily the reports to child protection are coming from, and what might be the reluctance to report. And again, my apologies if you did mention this and I missed it.
Muchas gracias por la inquietud. Voy a referirme particularmente al contexto salvadoreño, del cual pues tengo una noción, ¿no?, de la cual poder compartir. El tema de denuncia y aviso es muy fuerte. Sí, ateniéndonos a las estadísticas, vemos que toda la violencia que ocurre, pues mucha de ella termina en el silencio. Y a través de este estudio lo vimos solo en los centros escolares. Ese tema de denuncia y aviso, pues obedece a una serie de factores causales. El mismo hecho de denunciar significa que el joven reconoce que está siendo violentado, por un lado, y por otro, que también tiene el derecho de denunciarlo. Eso significa de que la labor de reconocimiento de los derechos no está fuertemente desarrollada. Y eso termina mucho en el silencio de toda esta violencia que se genera. Entonces, si no hemos estimulado, no hemos desarrollado esa cultura de denuncia, es muy difícil que ésta tienda a formalizarse en una denuncia, porque muchas veces el mismo adolescente no está consciente de que está siendo vulnerado. Entonces, eso hace que se sesgue mucho el tema de violencia, porque no siempre se reconoce de que estamos siendo parte de un hecho de violencia. Entonces, esas estadísticas que regularmente vemos, que son elaboradas por las instancias como la Policía Nacional Civil, por ejemplo, las instituciones vinculadas a la salud, tienen un sesgo muy amplio porque ellos solo se fundamentan cuando la persona lo reporta o con la que ellos mismos acuden a tratar de darle solución. Entonces, podríamos decir que esas estadísticas pues son quizás una parte muy pequeña de la realidad. En ese sentido, la labor es muy grande todavía que tenemos como país y la fuente sigue siendo primordial, la misma víctima que sufre una situación de violencia, porque es muy difícil que una persona tienda a denunciar una situación de violencia. Entonces, si la misma persona que lo sufre no lo reporta, es más difícil que un agente externo lo haga. Entonces, es un problema complejo que termina, ¿no? Lastimosamente, y veíamos algunos desenlaces ahí en la presentación, en un silencio, ¿verdad? Que es un problema evidente y que en algunos casos que suele ser más visible, pues vemos afectaciones de tipo económico, social, psicológico, quizás que son muy superficiales realmente. Lastimosamente no podría hacer una comparación con Canadá, pero sí desde la óptica del contexto salvadoreño, el tema de denuncia es muy fuerte, ¿no? Y hay muchos factores causales.
Thank you so much for your response, David. And thank you to all of the panelists and all of the attendees who came today. I apologize, I wasn't able to get to all of the questions in the chat, but I think that that's a huge signal that we need to keep these conversations going. And hopefully we can all continue to connect long beyond this conference itself. So thank you all. I know the next session, I'm a little behind, started at 1:15, and I hope everyone it will stay tuned for that one. Thank you again.
Thank you, Marcia.
Right. This session is dedicated to honor Dr. Elaine Arnold. And we approach the session by doing firstly a video, which will do an introduction. And then that video will contain a bio and an interview with Dr. Arnold, following which Dr. Arnold will address us. Okay, so we now will turn to the video. Good day, colleagues. My pleasant task is to introduce Dr. Elaine Arnold, to whom this plenary session is dedicated. Dr. Elaine Arnold trained as a teacher in Trinidad and Tobago at the Government Teachers Training College. After teaching for several years at primary schools, including the one within the compound of St. Mary's Children's Home, she changed career to social work and specialized in child guidance. Her academic and professional background includes a diploma in welfare from social welfare from Swansea University, a diploma in psychiatric social work from Manchester University, an MPhil from Sussex University, and a PhD from University College London. Dr. Arnold was also trained in intercultural counseling and brief therapy at the NAFSIAT Intercultural Therapy Centre, London. She also completed training in child observation at the well-known Tavistock Clinic in London also. In terms of her research, she conducted research and published books and articles on the effects of separation, broken attachments, and loss on children and families of Western origin through immigration from the West Indies to the UK. She was the researcher in the 3-year project entitled New Black Families, implemented by a district in London, Borough of Lambeth, and the Independent Adoption Society. The professional social worker reflects a unique transatlantic diversity that included both Trinidad and Tobago as well as the UK. In Trinidad and Tobago, she worked as a psychiatric social worker at the St. Anne's Psychiatric Hospital and was later seconded to the Ministry of Health as the first coordinator of the National Community Mental Health Program. During her employment as a child care officer, she worked in the hills of Laventille
where she helped to establish the government's preschool program. She was an active member of several NGOs, including District Commissioner of the Girl Guides Association, responsibility for training, National Council of Voluntary Associations for Childcare. In fact, in 1973, she was the recipient of a National Award for Voluntary Social Work, and she received the Hummingbird Medal Gold awarded by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. She was attracted to the work of Serval, an NGO that intuitively embodied the principles of acceptance and client self-determination in doing their community interventions. She worked with Dr. L.F.E. Lewis, consultant psychiatrist, and brother of the late Sir Arthur Lewis, Nobel laureate in economics. Together with Dr. Lewis, they pioneered the delivery of services to emotionally disturbed children and adolescents. She was an active member of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Mental Health, under whose auspices she regularly promoted public education and awareness of mental health issues. Migrating to the UK, she conducted an evaluation of the Trinidad and Tobago National Community Mental Health Program and presented her report to the Ministry of Health. In the UK, she worked in child guidance at Brighton's Children's Hospital, Brighton, England. Dr. Arnold was a trainer at the Borough of Wandsworth, where she was head of the social work student unit. She also supervised nursery school workers and facilitated training in anti-racism for personnel throughout the various departments of the borough. Dr. Arnold taught on the MSc Social Work course at Goldsmiths College, the MSc Social Work course at Sussex University. She also taught on the MSc course in Intercultural Therapy at the University College London in conjunction with the NAFCIAT Intercultural Therapy Centre, where she was also Director of Training at this Intercultural Therapy Centre and taught courses dealing with diversity as external examiner for the MSc course at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica, the MSc Intercultural Therapy course, University College London, and the postgraduate course in counseling at Goldsmith College, London. Dr. Arnold was the founder and continues to hold the position of Honorary Director of Supporting Relationships and Families, awareness of traumatic effects of people who experience separation and loss in early childhood through immigration and other circumstances in their lives, such as adoption, foster care, institutional care, boarding school, and bereavement. We will now transition to a pre-recorded interview with Dr. Arnold, after which Dr. Arnold will be invited to address the conference.
Today, I have the pleasure to talk with Dr. Elaine Arnold, psychiatric social worker emerita, who has worked in the Caribbean and in the transatlantic space of the UK and Europe with Afro-Caribbean families. Joining me this morning in conversation are two distinguished child development specialists in the Caribbean, Dr. Jacqueline Sharp, consultant child psychiatrist, and Ms. Joan Bishop, retired medical social worker and executive director of an NGO, Creative Parenting for the New Era. So welcome, Elaine. Welcome, Elaine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Perhaps we can get straight into it by asking you, what motivated you to choose psychiatric social work as a career?
What motivated me? Well, I began my working life as a teacher, first in Barbados and then in Trinidad. And I was sent to school in La Brea, where I thought it was the end of the world. And so it was a church school. We were church schools then. And the Anglican Church, I asked for to be moved and transferred to a school nearer Port of Spain. The first vacancy was at the Tacarigua Orphanage in It's now known as the Children's Home, because only about 25% of the children there were real orphans. And it was considered that the name was inappropriate, so they changed it to Children's Home. The nursery was situated right at the gate of the institution. And as you entered the grounds, you could hear children crying because staff was very short and they worked on shifts, and very often they were handing over and children were left unattended. So one morning I went in and I said to the manager, can I stay with these children until my school begins, till the main school, which was at the end of the of the driveway, began at 9. So I was early. And she said, oh, I'd be so happy because we are short staffed. And the children just came running, wanting to be held, holding up their arms, holding on to my legs, to whatever part they could get of me. And I said, oh my goodness, these children need some social contact. They want to be, they are missing something. So then I asked permission, and every morning I was allowed to stay there until after the assembly, when my class would be ready for me. And that was how it all began. Now, I saw in the press that the United Nations offering a scholarship to Swansea University. And I decided I would apply. And it seemed nobody else in the teaching profession or in Trinidad was interested. So I got the scholarship. I suppose you would call it getting the scholarship by default. But I got the scholarship and came to Swansea, and the program consisted of economics, studies, attachment, and so I was successful and came back, went back to Trinidad and told them, the Ministry of Education, what I had learned. And they said, oh, well, you do what you like with that. We have no complaints about your teaching, so do what you want. So Mary Murray, don't know whether you remember her name.
Yes, the first PSW.
Yes. She was the wife of Eric Murray, who was then Ambassador Trinidad's ambassador to the UK. And he was stationed in Trinidad as ambassador, and she came. So at first, she was not allowed to work because she was the wife of an ambassador. So she volunteered to work at St. Anne's Hospital. And as was the practice there, given their 3-month vacation leave to go back to England, came up to the children's home and asked I would be willing to act So of course, I said yes. And so I became interested.
Can you share some of your experience regarding your early pioneering work and your collaboration with Dr. L.F.E. Lewis, psychiatrist and brother of Sir Arthur Lewis, the Nobel laureate?
Yes, of course. At the time, Dr. Lewis, he was in charge of psychiatrist at St. Anne's Hospital. And because we had to produce the social histories for the patient before the psychiatrist saw to visit the family, look at the environment, from the plan for their discharge, families even before they were treated. He firmly believed that you plan for discharge because very often many of the patients would not be kept long in hospital. And so I was attached to him to provide these histories. And on the day when he saw the patient, I was there with him so that he could ask questions or the patient could ask me questions. And we worked together, like wrote all the at St. Anne's and also in outpatient clinics at the hospital. That was where I met May Sherry and medical social workers and Joan was, I said, oh, Joan, I'm sure you would make a very good.
That was much later.
Yeah.
Came back in 63.
Yes.
Yes, Elaine, I was about to ask, what kind of presenting problems did you encounter with children and families in the era of the 60s and 70s?
The presenting problems were that parents were not, did not understand child development really. They would expect them to behave in ways that were totally inappropriate for their ages. I vividly remember a mother coming to the outpatient clinic one with a child dressed in off-shoulder dress, shoes about 2.5 inches tall. The child was tottering into the room. And the mother telling me, I bring this child here because I don't think her head is, she wouldn't hear what I say. She wouldn't do anything I say. I said, but how do you expect her to behave differently when you dress her like an adult? So I said to her, go home, change her proper clothes on her proper shoes, and come back. I'll wait for you. I'll wait here at the clinic, even if the doctor is gone. And then I'll make an appointment for him to see her next week. So she looked at me in amazement, as though I was off my head, you know. And I said, go along quick. And she said, okay, I just live road by the dry river. I'll go and I'll. So she went and she came back. And I sat with her and I talked to her and I asked her exactly what the child did. And she said, well, she liked to do things that grown-up people do. Like what? Like pour her tea and all the rest of it. So I explained that children learn imitation, and that at nursery school, when she was playing at serving tea, she would be pouring tea out of the teapot. So it was not that she was doing anything that she thought was wrong and so on. And so that was one of the main presenting problems. The other problem was that they didn't really speak with children. You know, they spoke at them and they gave them commands, do this, do that. They never explained. And when children were 4.5 years old, and they began asking why and what and this, they would hit them and say, you know, I am your mother. You do what I say. Because corporal punishment was still very much used by parents and in schools, fortunately to say, by children who didn't obey. Do you want me to go on over?
I think fundamentally that some things have changed and some things really remain the same. You know, we're still struggling with corporal punishment. But I wanted to ask you a little bit about some of the central work that you continue to do. After you left Trinidad and went to England, it seems to me that your work with the Caribbean diaspora really meant that you started to explore issues, particularly of separation of and loss. Could you tell us a little bit about that? What were the things that made this become a central part of your work?
Yes. When I decided that I would leave Trinidad and further my studies, I read quite a lot of Dr. John Bowlby's work, and he, as you know, talked about separation and loss. And he thought that, and he said, children, just as parents needed their children, children also needed their parents, especially their mothers, with whom they the earliest years of their lives in their company. And so it's not right that children would be separated from their mothers for any length of time. Not that he was saying that mothers had to be there 24 hours a day, but he was saying that they should be time to be with their children. And we know that that was very hard because very often, or most of the time, mothers work because their incomes were quite low, and sometimes fathers were out of work or fathers didn't give their assistance to the family. Sometimes, going back, times I used to go on payday when fathers got their wage. and stand there and physically say, come, give me what you're giving me. What you're going to give the family, if you're going to give them 2 shillings, 5 shillings, or so, give it to me, and I will give it to the family and give you a receipt. So that sort of shamed them or made them realize how important their contribution was to provide the child with good food, good clothes, and pay the rent and all this. And eventually, some of them continued, and I then could stop going to their workplace because sometimes their workmates who had no children would laugh at and say, yeah, look, the lady coming for the children's money, you know, and some of them would try to run and hide and that sort of thing. It seems funny after, but at the time, it was really serious to get that money to get to the children. So, yes, so in England, I studied very much separation and about separation and loss of Caribbean children who, when parents left the Caribbean, had left their children with grandmothers and other members of the family, extended family, sometimes not even family. It would be godmothers or good friends,
Neighbors.
anyone who was able to look after the child physically. Does that answer the question?
Yes. But one of the things that it seems to me that you did work on was the reunion of these same children who'd been left behind when they finally had an opportunity to get to Britain, meet their family, sometimes their mothers, sometimes their mother's new partner who was not their father, but their stepfathers.
Yes.
And the difficulties that arrive sometimes with those reunions. What were some of the central issues around reunion that emerged?
Yes, that was a very, very intense piece of work because the children had become closely attached to the surrogate parent that had left in the Caribbean, whether it was grandmother or it was aunt, or sometimes it was maternal grandmothers, sometimes paternal, whoever it was, they were attached to that person. And the mothers in the UK, they didn't quite understand that concept. They felt that it was their child and the child should love them and not the grandmothers. And they had worked very, very hard when they got to England to supply all the physical needs that they thought the child had or should be met. I'm sure that you must have heard something about these barrel children, as they were called. Barrel used to send, pardon?
No, it's a very popular expression, barrel children. Yes.
Yes, because they sent all the goods, clothes, food, playthings, dolls. Sometimes the clothes were not appropriate because they would send nice woolen skirts, particularly, which was so hot in the Caribbean. But they saw how nicely these children looked in these skirts, and they wanted their child to look like these children here, and they would send these clothes. But sometimes the money would run out, and the children would be left only with the empty barrel. At one time, a young woman did an interview with me about these barrel children, and she had an example of a child holding on to the barrel, which was the only thing that she had to associate her mother with. And so I was able to try to tell the parents what was going on and happening with these children, and to try to communicate with them. Well, telephones were not as popular as they are now, so it was difficult to phone and so I encouraged them to write letters and so on. And some of them did. But what happened, because England was recovering from rebuilding the country, the Second World War, they wanted people to work. And so they had recruited English women from the indigenous population to go and work in the military. They were driving trucks and lorries and things, and they built nurseries for the children of these parents. But these nurseries were built out of the main area, out of London, in the counties where it was not very much, where there was hardly any bombing. So when the parents, the Caribbean parents, thought that they wanted help, not thought, they knew they wanted help with the children, and they went to social services, they sent these children to the nurseries. And the nurseries were situated where there was hardly people at all. And the children then became attached and to the carers, and the carers became attached to the children, as you would expect. And when the parents tried to visit, of course, the children, not seeing any black faces before, they were scared, and they would run away from the parents and hide behind the carers. And the carers said to the parents, why do you come to visit there? You just disturb them, and when you go, we have to comfort them, so don't come. Don't come. And many of the parents, believing that what the white carers told them was true and better, they stopped visiting. Some decided they would, but some decided they would leave work and take them home and then send for those older children whom they had left in the Caribbean. So you get the picture.
Yeah.
Yes. So these children then came, sent for the children. And when these children arrived, not knowing the parents, and the parents not knowing them, they were then expected to look after these young children. So it was really a sad time for the whole families.
That many of the women who you saw in your work suffered from mental illness at that time.
Yes. Yes. Many of the parents were diagnosed as mentally ill, whether they were mentally ill or not. They were diagnosed as being schizophrenic.
Okay.
They weren't diagnosed, nobody seemed to have thought about them being depressed, or they thought that the people, it was said in some instances that Black people were so jolly and happy that they didn't get depressed.
Oh.
They did. So when children were referred to child guidance, it was when the mothers were depressed and went to the school and weren't able to collaborate and take in anything the teachers were telling them, they were then, only then were they sent for treatment. And there was one child psychiatrist, Dr. Prince, who he was the first one to try to look at the parents and get the school to understand how the parents' reaction and the children, how they were intertwining and causing the problem. And then these parents were referred to groups called nurture groups, which would get the parents to meet and talk about how they were missing their own mothers and how it was difficult to discipline the children because they didn't know what to do with them. Besides corporal punishment.
And on that note, as we're about to wrap up, what advice or messages would you direct to researchers, planners, policymakers, and social workers based on your experience?
Well, from my experience, I would say that first of all, they need to look at their own attachment experiences, how they feel about it. That's number one, and that's very, very important, because very often people say, well, didn't bother me, I don't see why it should bother you, and things like that. And we don't want people saying that. And secondly, just ignore that. Secondly, they must provide enough personnel to be able to work closely with families. And then they must train them, have them trained properly, because there's no point sending social workers to work with people when there are not enough to go around. I think those three main things would help immensely. I may think of others.
You mentioned that the young men were having some special problems and they ended up in the prison system.
Yes. The young men didn't feel as though they should be included in work with young children. Very often they will say that was women's business. You know, when the child was big enough, they would talk with them and they would play with them. I remember I used to do a program, a TV program, and one day the program was based on fathers and children, and one of the camera crew, at the end of the program, he said, "What do you want? You want the child to have two mothers?" I said, "No, child must have a mother and a father. And each one has a specific duty to perform to the child, and they must work in collaboration with each other, not when the mother say one thing, you say something else, and so on." And he liked what I said, and he said, "Okay, I will, when I go home, I'll see what I can, what I can do." I always wonder what happened to that family.
But on that note, let me thank you for consenting to this interview with us, and it's really been a pleasure. On behalf of Sir Arthur Lewis Institute for Social and Economic Studies, we look forward to your presentation at the conference sometime between the 19th and the 21st. So we thank you sincerely. It's been a pleasure. Okay, we now invite Dr. Arnold to do her presentation.
Thank you, Lionel. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and not only a pleasure, but a great honor to talk to you on this second day of this very important conference. You have heard quite a lot from very eminent and prominent speakers who have had quite useful and intriguing presentations. I've learned quite a lot, and I hope that you will be able to get something from the things that I may say to you. I'm sure that there is not much new to many of you, but probably we will look at it from a different perspective. I begin by saying that there are many sociologists and novelists who have written about the origins of the Caribbean family. And during the 1950s, social workers began to look at the adverse effects of maternal deprivation on the young child. While much attention has been given to the ill effects which the child may suffer if his need for his mother is not adequately met, very little attention has been given to the mother. And for one reason or another, who for one reason or another was unable to experience that sense of belonging to her child. As we know, in our societies, the importance of the mother has been greatly idealized. Her praises and her worth have been extolled in poetry and song, and many are the tales told of the devotion to their children and the sacrifices made for them. Many of us will remember when we celebrated, I don't know whether it's done now, Mothering Sunday. And all the poetry and all the praises would be showered on mother. But nevertheless, alongside the acceptance of the importance to the child of his natural mother, the practice of engaging the services of mother substitutes, grandmothers, nannies, foster mothers is widespread. Dr. John Bowlby, of whom I spoke in my interview earlier, he was aware that a woman who was not biologically related to an infant was able to function in the role of the mother to the child and give the child that continuous love and affection so necessary for emotional growth. But in spite of this, the mystical importance attached to mother, if she had not had the opportunity to care for and experience the need of her child in its early years, very often she attempted to make good the loss at a later stage of the child's life. And this can be disastrous, not only for the child, but for herself. There's a growing body of evidence to illustrate that reunions between mother and children are not always, are not always satisfactory, sorry. Especially if they're for long periods. The now bias of a child to attach himself to a figure, and this usually during the first year of life is not always understood by the lay person. This lack of understanding of attachment behavior and given rise to considerable pain and suffering among some mothers from the Caribbean now living in Britain. Immigrating to this country, they had left their young children in the care of grandmothers, as we have said before. At the end of several years, the mothers made every effort to have the children join them and looked forward to reunion with them immediately they arrived. They did not know the children, nor the children didn't know them, and so they were virtual strangers to each other. In some instances, the children outright rejected them. But in recent years in Britain, there has been an increasing desire among social workers, teachers, psychologists, psychiatrists, psychotherapists, to understand the problems with which West Indian families struggle, and more especially to discover what may be some of the factors contributing towards the poor relationships between some of the parents and their children reunited after long years of separation. The separation, the reactions of the children when they arrive in just a strange country of Britain, in most strange situations, mothers, when they were expected to address as mother. These are well demonstrated. The child would arrive and mother would expect them to call them mother when back in the Caribbean, they've been calling those who took care of them mother. And there's an example, which I quote. She was Jamaican. She recounted that her parents left her when she was only a few months old. And when she arrived in England, she mistook an older sister for her mother. And the mother became very angry indeed. And in a survey of 258 children in a comprehensive school, as they were then called, 149 had been separated from their parents with a length of separation which ranged from 1 year to 13 years, with the average length of 5 years. When reunions between mothers and children proved unsatisfactory for both the child and the mother, there was a tendency for social workers and teachers to champion the cause of the children. The majority of studies of separation and reunion have been child-centered, but a few persons have drawn attention to the plight of the parents, especially the mothers, who they themselves, the mothers, struggling with unsatisfactory unions, they were unable to really take care for the children. The expectation of relatives and friends were that biological mothers would instinctively love the children, even though they had not been able to interact and become attached to them in the early years. Therefore, many mothers trying to fulfill these expectations accepted the strange children whom they did not know, but found it extremely difficult to relate. So it was then no wonder that, burdened with guilt at having left the children behind when they migrated, and bewildered by feelings of resentment or positive dislike for the child, mothers were found to be disturbed and unhappy. When I began to research among the families, my aim was to really get to the bottom of the feelings of mothers about their relationships with their children, to discover how they reacted to the separation and the reunion experience. I was interested in examining the personalities of the mother and to learn how they cope with stress, how they reacted to loss, to pain, and to guilt. If it were unusual for reunited mothers and children to experience unsatisfactory relationships, what were the contributing factors? And could anything be done to minimize and change of these factors being the chances of these factors being malignant? Being a social worker, I was naturally interested to discover what was the incidence of mental disorder among the mothers, and whether these mothers possessed any personality traits to an excessive degree which influenced their relationships in general and to their separated, reunited children in particular. I also desperately wanted the study to know that the study would give indications for more work that needed to be done in preparing migrants by the countries from which they move, and guidelines for those in the helping professions in the receiving countries. It may be that the migration from the Caribbean to Britain, to parents in Britain, may be on the wane, may be declining at present. But immigration is an ongoing process in several countries. Internally, from urban to rural, and externally from country to country in the area. And now that modern means of travel have made the world a neighborhood, when one source of promise of a better life proves to be unyielding and another source will be sought. I also hoped that the information which I was able to gather might be useful in the planning of community-based mental health programs, for it seemed that the average person was still lamentably unaware of the basic concepts of the psychosocial development of the human being, and that emotional first aid was not given to those struggling with stressful situations in their lives. I envisaged that there were difficulties and limitations to a study such as this, since the recalling of past feelings might have proved difficult for mothers. A retrospective view might not have coincided exactly with those held initially, and mothers who felt very guilty or ashamed about the separation experience might have allowed those feelings to influence their reaction in the interview to such an extent that they might have been tempted to reply with the answers which they imagined were expected. I was aware that the processes of remembering and forgetting involve considerable distortion from the original event and experience, and certain events are dropped from view. Others are elevated to prominence, and the entire past is recalled in a way which makes it more plausible and consistent in terms of the present experience. This is a quotation from Interviewing in the Handbook of Social Psychology, Volume 2. Yet I was hopeful that a sufficiently large number of mothers would cooperate and be objective enough to make the study worthwhile. The economic situation of the Caribbean islands was characterized by a high level of unemployment, which conditions gave rise to migration internally. I think I've said that before, and externally. But some migrants went to North and South America, Panama, Cuba, and others volunteered for the armed forces in Great Britain, while still others gained employment in factories and as technicians in the war industry. They worked in the war. Many of you will remember, heard of the Second World War. And when they returned to the Caribbean, when they were demobbed, ex-servicemen were unable to find employment. And potential immigrants, encouraged by reports of job opportunities and of the financial success of their friends and relatives in Britain, they came back to join them. And so a billowing mass of migrants flowed into Britain in between the years 1948 and 1959. Besides, the United States of America, they had passed the McCarran Act of 1952. That meant that act had closed, by that act, America had closed its doors to mass immigration of Black people from the West Indies. And so, this door being closed, the Caribbean people, they came through the open door of the mother country. The flow of immigrants was encouraged not only on recommendations from fellow workers, but in the case of many people from Barbados, recruitment of labor was made directly by the London Transport Executive, British hotels, and restaurant associations with the Barbadian Immigrants Liaison Service. At that time, there was that. One sociologist argues, sociologist called Seri Peach argues, that adverse conditions of the West Indian territories were permissive and not dynamic. They allowed migration to take place and did not cause it. And he pointed out that the migration rose and fell according to the demand for labor in Britain from year to year. And another sociologist speaks of the push and pull factors of immigration. admitting that the push factors of overpopulation, employment, low wage levels, lack of economic diversity, opportunity, or incentives were in existence for over half a century before, and served to send West Indian migrants in search of temporary and permanent employment to other countries. She concedes that the major pull factor stimulated migration to Britain was the fact of full employment in a diversified and large-scale economy. This full employment resulted in a flight from the less attractive and less well-paid jobs by British workers and a consequent shortage of labor. Another factor which was instrumental in causing an influx of migrants was the introduction of the Commonwealth Migrations Act of 1962. Many of this helped to make many of the migrants believe that their stay was temporary when they arrived. Therefore, they did not make any attempt at having their families join them. But gradually, as the years went by, excuse me, the vision of their return home faded, and the possibility became very remote. Politicians were agitating for control and repatriation of migrants. And this seemed to galvanize them into action. And they decided that they would try and beat the band, as it was called, and to ensure that their family and friends joined them in Britain. So therefore, the effect of the Commonwealth Migrant Act 1948 was not only to increase the number of immigrants in this country, including their dependents, who followed much later, but to increase the rate of arrivals to such an extent that in 18 months, the net inflow was almost as great as that of the previous 5 years. From the beginning of the migration, there was a high proportion of women, but the most popular pattern which evolved was that the men preceded their women in order to secure employment and to seek housing before inviting the women to join them. When they arrived with one or more children, but more frequently alone, they thought that they, working with their husbands, would be able to amass more money together, and their stay would be so much shorter. So for those who intended to have their children join them, there was a similar reasoning that with both parents working together, they would in a shorter time be able to make the necessary arrangements, chief of which was obtaining suitable housing in order that the family would be reunited. And there is a statistic here that says that during the peak period of the immigration, which was 1953 to 1956, 162,000 of 162,000, 52 were women, I beg your pardon, 52 were men, 40% were women, and only 8% children. So there were 52% men, 40% women, and 8% children. Those adults who left the islands between 1955 and 1960, they took 66,500 of their offspring, but left 90,000 children behind. The vast majority of the migrants were from those of the working classes of the various islands, and mostly from African origin. Many were skilled or semi-skilled. A minority were non-manual and included clerical workers, teachers, and nurses. As the immigration progressed, there was a steady increase in the number of rural farm workers. The family structure of the immigrants. Many of the women had a history of working and being the financial supporters of their children. The history of slavery indicated that the nuclear family pattern had not been encouraged by the slave masters. It is alleged that the slave owners used the male slaves for breeding in similar fashion as they did their stock. And the bearing of responsibility by a father could only be regarded as a distraction. The slave woman, she was first a full-time worker for her slave owner and only incidentally a mother. The children were the property of the slave master and they were delegated to the older women. But the enjoyment of childhood was of short duration. On some estates, the younger children from 6 to 12 years of age were formed in the second gang and set up to weed the crops, less for the sake of the work which they performed, but than for the habits of industry which it was hoped they would acquire. When occasionally a man was able to provide food for his family from the land that he was permitted to cultivate, this was dependent on the goodwill of the master, and therefore he could not regard himself nor be regarded by his family as the provider. It must be borne in mind that some slaves were elevated to positions of responsibility, such as headmen, and they continued polygamous mating patterns, so that when they were able to afford 2 or more wives, their children would therefore not be regarded as illegitimate. But although monogamy became the accepted pattern of life in the West Indies, many children are born outside of the matrimonial home and are therefore regarded as illegitimate. Brathwaite, Trinidadian sociologist, he disagrees with the anthropologist who says that legitimacy or illegitimacy makes no difference. He believes that the legal system reflected the basic predominant will of the particular society. Therefore, the discrepancy between illegitimate and illegitimate, while it may not be sociologically significant, represents a very real cleavage in the community. Illegitimacy may also pose problems in relations to children born to either one or the other parent who subsequently marries the other. As the nuclear family patterns become more the accepted norm, the child born prior to the parent's marriage may prove to be an embarrassment or even a bone of contention in the household. It would therefore seem that illegitimacy in the West Indies arose out of a blend of the heritage of Africa and the following conditions of slavery. Among the slaves taken from Africa, we are told that only 1/3 of them were women. When they arrived in the new country, the discrepancy in numbers between men and women became more acute, with the head man claiming 2 to 4 wives. And among the European population, there was also a shortage of women. And the men from the ruling classes were in the position to demand the services of the women of their choice from among the slaves. Another important fact to be borne in mind as influenced the incidence of illegitimacy is the young man's attachment to his mother. Sociologists such as Smith and Edith Clark, many of you may have come across her book when she said a child impressions, her son, in her book of My Mother Who Fathered Me, she says in this book that it is a duty. The mother impresses her son that it is their duty to make up to her for the hardship she endured as the sole principal support of her children. This devotion to the mother is widespread throughout the islands and can at times be detrimental towards the formation of stable relationships between young couples. But this phenomenon is by no means peculiar to West Indians, for in other cultures, mothers-in-law are known to view their sons' wives with marriage hostility. And here among younger Caribbean people who have adopted many of the cultural practices of the indigenous population, they also have these problems. Patterns of childcare. It would seem that among the working class West Indian, the heritage of Africa and the conditions of slavery blended together. The West, there is a possibility that the African West Indian harbored the memory, the West Indies harbored the memory of their African heritage and followed the example of their European mistresses who gave their children to be nurtured by nannies when very often sent them away to school in Europe. And I've noticed here that some people do just that. Because they're encouraged to work, they go out to to work and leave their children to be looked after by, they call them nannies. And now some of them feel that sending children to boarding schools gives them high status. Yes. This, and then we come to kinship care, kinship roles in working class families. Kinship. Very often, families who may bring children for adoption, and more families are being are giving children up for adoption, have requested that the children be given to some of their kin and relatives, because they believe that there will be the opportunity for continuity rather than to a strange foster carer. History tells us that in spite of opposition to the conversion of Christianity, the missionaries then, they penetrated into the barracks and converted to the Christian way of life. They aspired towards Christian marriage. And as their economic situation improved and there was the possibility for transmission of property for children, the custom of establishing monogamous units through legal marriage became more common.
Yeah, Elaine, we need to wrap up in 1 minute.
Yes, I was wondering. So the expectation of migration was that their presence in England would enable their children to obtain the education which they had been denied. And they saw opportunities for the children to enter institutions of higher learning, and so would have the opportunity to enter the professions, thus breaking the circle of poverty and low status. And we have seen that this has happened, that many of the children of the first and second generation are professionals, and they hold positions of authority in councils and they become politicians and so on. So wrapping up, this then is a brief look at the background of the people in the study. They came from the several islands and mainland territories in the Caribbean, Jamaica being responsible for 60% of the total number. There were a mixture of those with skills and those without, from the rural areas. But they were all filled with the desire to work, and many with the hope of amassing enough wealth to return home and invest this in businesses or farms or real estate. And many of the hope many with the hope of seeing their children enter the established profession. It is true that a wide spectrum of beliefs and customs, accents, variants of speech exist in the various countries, giving each place and its inhabitants a distinctive character. But the bulk of the population which migrated share many characteristics, and they present many similarities in their practices. Among these common practices are to be found those of child rearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elaine, for such a broad and comprehensive analysis of the landscape. I now will call on Dr. St. Bernard. Dr. St. Bernard to respond. Dr. St. Bernard, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And it gives me great pleasure to just make a few comments with respect to the presentation by Dr. Elaine Arnold, whom we, the members of the RCYP group of researchers, and SALISIS, and by extension, the UWI, the TMU, we have been very pleased to have Dr. Arnold be the honoree in this conference. And we are pleased to have witnessed her lecture related to her life's work and some of her insights with respect to her journey as a social worker, dealing specifically with that group of migrants who I would imagine would have been part of that Windrush generation. So we are very happy to have received her thoughts and ideas and insights on this matter. And I dare say they resonate quite well with the main themes of the RCYP's work, especially the theme that relates to immigration dynamics. In the context of the RCYP, we have been concerned largely with immigration dynamics and how those immigration dynamics hinder and as well as impact positively the rights and well-being of children, whether those children are children from the Caribbean, Central America, or even those who are part of the Caribbean and Central American diaspora in Canada. Of course, Dr. Arnold's work take us back 50 years, basically, to similar experiences that would have transpired in the context of the migration of Caribbean peoples to the United Kingdom, and especially that connection between mother and child and all of the ills that may have confronted both mother, child, and other family familial arrangements as a result of that immigration move by mothers, so to speak, and the whole question of reunification and how that reunification manifested itself, bearing in mind other familial dynamics. So by and large, what she has opened up is the importance of, these outcomes in the context of social work and what it may mean in terms of how various stakeholders stand to be the beneficiaries of the inputs that would be derived from the efforts and the professional work in particular of social workers as they apply their trade. I must say it was also a very intriguing discourse that demonstrated, intersectionalities in so many ways, because there was rich history, sociology, demography, anthropology, social work, economics, and the list goes on in terms of how they come together to help us to understand the kind of dynamics that we had to deal with as far back as the 1950s, 1960s. Of course, back then we were talking about emigration from the Caribbean to the United Kingdom, largely due to the forces that motivated those who were part of the Windrush generation to make that move. But with the Commonwealth Immigration Act in 1962, what you found was that there was a diminishing number of immigrants moving to England and the UK from the Caribbean, and more there were immigrants opting to go to the United States and Canada. And I think, what we are talking about here today in terms of much of the research that is presented, although we have opened it up and really spread the focus to ensure that we have a richer and more engaging discourse that treat with, the interconnections between the migration currents that come out in the work that we do and how such currents interact with so many of the other teams, whether we are talking about child protection, justice systems, education systems, how communications technologies are used, and in particular social media. I think all of this comes together in a delicate way. So I want to express on behalf of Salisis, on behalf of the TMU, on behalf of the RCYP group, and on behalf of all those who have witnessed your presentation today, Dr. Arnold, I want to express our sincerest thanks to you for having graced us with your presence, having shared your life's passion and your worldly knowledge with us. And we want to wish you God's blessings as you go forth and continue doing the wonderful work that you started some 60 plus years ago. So thank you very much. And we have been extremely delighted to have you among us and to deliver the great work that you have done and will continue to do. So thank you very much.
And in closing, may I wish Dr. Arnold a happy 95th birthday, which comes up next month, in the month of November. So happy 95th birthday in advance.
Happy 95th, Dr. Arnold.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mrs. Arlene Smith, and I am your chairperson for this fourth session. I was really intrigued and blessed by Dr. Arnold this afternoon. This afternoon's session is really focusing on contributed papers. And we have some dynamic presenters this afternoon. Professor Kate Telichuk. We have a team working together, Ms. Chantel Cummings and Dr. Leah Legon. We have Ms. Mala Ramisa, Ms. Jaina Schwelt, and Mr. Andrew. So this afternoon, keeping with some housekeeping, I will be for the presenters. When you have 10 minutes left to go, I will have a little flashcard with 10 minutes. I will also be putting it in the chat. When you reach 5 minutes, again, a gentle reminder, and when you at a minute, you will see that I will put it there, just to keep us timed well. As well as all question and answers, you have the opportunity to ask your questions in the chat that is provided for you, that you can during the conversations, as well as to the end, we'll be doing the question and answer. So, good afternoon. Okay, so I will be starting this afternoon. This afternoon, we will be starting with Ms. Chantel Cummings and Dr. Leah Elegon. So to introduce them, Ms. Chantel Cummings, a senior instructor and the discipline leader attached to the Institute of Criminology and Public Safety at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Cummings has, over the past 10 years, teach research experience at tertiary level. She has a rich history and the opportunity to be in the program sponsored by the Ambassador of the United States to attend workshops in Boston and Washington, D.C. At present, Ms. Cummings has also partnered with the Organization of the American States as a facilitator for courses in disaster and emergency management. Her research interests include cyberbullying and cyber victimization, children online safety, intimate partner violence, and an online recruitment for extremist organization. Along with her this afternoon will be her colleague, Dr. Leah Elegon, a lecturer in criminology at Nottingham Trent University. For the past 9 years, she's engaged in tertiary education and research in Trinidad and Tobago. Her research has focused on institutes in Trinidad and Tobago, in particular victims, access to justice, intimate partner violence, as well as work with children in internet safety. Leah has a special interest in research relating to understanding issues of access to justice in the administration of justice in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean, as assisting in policy development to improve the current condition. This afternoon, together, these both ladies, dynamic speakers, will be presenting to us exploring children's internet safety in Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon, ladies, and all the best in your presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leah Clegon, and yeah, Chantal and I will be presenting on our study exploring children's internet safety in Trinidad and Tobago. All right, when looking at children's internet safety in Trinidad and Tobago, our approach was one of looking at the risk versus opportunity that the internet provides. And we also looked at it from the perspective of children as digital natives, looking at Prensky 2001, where they spoke about the ever-increasing use of internet in education for children, and they becoming involved in the use of the internet for pretty much everything. So we also coupled that with the understanding that the internet created this new social public space, right? Where looking at the internet as a new public space has now led to a space for moral panic, a space for risk, as well as a space for opportunity, right? And then looking at them as digital natives, as well as how children are naturally constructed as being vulnerable. When we look at the sociology behind children and understanding children, the first thing that comes to mind is vulnerability. So that's what we based our research on. And then we also looked at adolescent development and teenage agency, and how does that influence them when they go from children to adolescents, and how does that interact with their ability to be online, as well as the public space that's provided by the internet and that new space and opportunity for risk. So the aims of the study were to identify the types of risks children are exposed to in the online environment, and to identify the techniques that they used by to maintain their safety online. So our research questions looked at what are some of the risks that children in Trinidad and Tobago experience while in the virtual environment, their strategies employed to minimize these online risks, and how did they look at the offline consequences of online risk, of the online risk they experienced? Because there is also the research that tells us that not locally, but more so international research saying that online experiences and online risks do have these offline consequences. So that was very important in developing our research questions and research aims. So to go about this study, what we did, we looked at, we did 8 focus groups conducted with children ranging from the ages of 12 to 18. So basically high school students, we went to 3 various high schools in Trinidad and Tobago, kind of north, central, and south Trinidad. And we had a total of 51 students participating from these 3 secondary schools. And they were highlighted as being schools that were in high needs areas. So areas that were at risk for joining gangs and engaging in delinquent activity and deviant behavior. Some semi-structured interviews were carried out, and we used a guided conversation about internet safety and how do they engage online. What are the risks that they perceive, the risks they experience, risks that they know about being online, and those types of questions were asked. Once we got the data back, when we transcribed everything, we used a thematic analysis to analyze the data. So I invite Chantal to start talking about the results of this study.
Thank you very much, Leah, and good afternoon again. So based on our results, 3 main themes would have emerged. So the first being risk awareness and experiences, secondly, attracting online risk, and thirdly, risk mitigation strategies. When we're looking at risk awareness and experiences, it was interesting to note that these students were very much aware of the risks that they were possibly exposed to while engaging in cyberspace. So they were able to highlight very topical issues, including human trafficking, cyberbullying, financial fraud, involvement in gangs and violence, and possible self-harm. Students reported, in addition to these, that they also experienced certain risks. But the interesting thing is they didn't label these as risks, more like tease. So that is exactly the term that was used. So things like sexting, where we were introduced for the first time to things like team no sleep and team vice versa, where students would engage in sending sexual images to each other, of course, unknown to adults. And this would go on in group chats developed within the classroom. So it was concerning for us, but it is interesting that the students did not see that as a possible risk. Connected to these experiences of risk with the understanding of risks as well as their believed vulnerability to such experiences. And again, that brings into focus in terms of what they saw as risks and what they experienced. So they were acutely aware of the presence of online risk. There was no doubt about it. Students, as Leah would have mentioned, are indeed digital natives. They are probably more exposed to things than we are as adults. So they understood risks as situations or places where they may be physically vulnerable. And that is something that stood out to us as well, because it was one thing to be exposed to risks in the online environment. So it is almost as if the monsters were hiding behind the screen. But as soon as there was that possibility of the transitioning from behind the screen to physical spaces, that is where they actually saw the risks. So they believed that contact and content risks only became risks when there was a physical element involved. So for them, it was okay to communicate with persons online who may be much older and possibly having conversations that are not really suited for children. But they didn't see it as really detrimental to their well-being until and unless they were invited to meet those individuals in person. The second theme was attracting online risks, and they related their vulnerability and susceptibility to risks online to their personal responsibility. So they did acknowledge in terms of knowing what to post. As one said, it's according to how you post on the internet. If you are not posting pictures about your body, for the girls who do post their bodies, they'll be approached nearly every week. So students are acutely aware in terms of what they should be doing and what they shouldn't. But then we also have those who take the risk and do it. They also believe that those who were at risk were persons who placed themselves in that position to be at risk, and also because of a lack of self-regulation. So knowing what is right and still going against what is known meant that they were placing themselves at risk knowingly. They believed that online safety was a matter of their own personal responsibility. So again, it is really up to the individual. So students would have discussed with us that they would have known individuals within their classes who would have posted or engaged in risky material online. And it was always a matter of, we wouldn't do that because we know better. But then again, on the other hand, you have students around the same age in the same class taking the chance. It was interesting to note that children's responses to risks were related to self-regulation. So what they would have realized was that their online safety was related to what they posted and how they responded to what they deemed as risky activities. So their strategies for mitigating these risks were related to being risk averse and making decisions that ensured they remained safe. So again, as long as there was very little possibility of these risks being physical, they were not really deemed as such. Risk aversion was often associated with those who considered minimal risk. So the children chose not to engage with strangers, but perhaps to interact with persons they know. And this is exactly where the team vice versa chat rooms would have come in, and team no sleep. They often limit their contact with the strangers or persons that they deem to be risky or exhibiting what children consider as inappropriate behavior. And what is important to note is that as adults, we oftentimes think that children take chances. And yes, during that stage of life, it is perhaps acceptable, but they are also acutely aware of what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. As we would have quoted here from them, don't spread too much information about yourself. Don't add people you don't know, especially if they are asking you personal questions. Make your account private, block and delete messages. So they know how to engage these risk mitigation strategies to safeguard themselves. So some of the implications when it comes to understanding and responding to young people. We are suggesting that improvements in digital learning within schools to include understanding of online risks and how to safely explore and interact in cyberspace. There's no getting away from interacting with cyberspace. That is the way the world is going now. It is a matter of educating students in such a way that they can safely navigate while traversing in cyberspace. Implement programs that will improve the current digital culture that promotes self-regulation, personal responsibility, and reduce risky behaviors online. So making them aware of what constitutes risky behavior. Promote authoritative and permissive approaches to parental monitoring. And this was something that emerged, but not to the extent that it was highlighted as a main theme. But students did say that they wished that their parents would exercise this more authoritative style rather than authoritarian. So they wanted parents to be a little more approachable and perhaps provide a little bit of listening rather than being condescending or assuming that parental role where the child was not able to discuss certain things. And that in itself can be an issue. In conclusion, the study supports the idea that young people are digital natives and they are intuitively aware of online risks and their role in defending themselves against such risks. Any plan to ensure their safety should encourage them to self-regulate and become responsible parties in the digital environment with the realization that online risks are risks, even though they may not become physical. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies, so much for your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Ligon, sorry, do apologize, Legon, and also Ms. Cummins. Thank you so much for your presentation. As we prepare for our next presenter, remembering that I will be given a timer. When it's 10 minutes left, I will show a little flashcard when it's 5 minutes and when it's 1 minute. Our next presenter is Professor Kate Telechuk. Kate Telechuk is a professor and Canada Research Chair in Youth Education and Global Good at the York University. She is the founder and director of the Young Lives Research Laboratory, which works with by for youth is better understood how they navigate challenges arising in a contemporary context. For example, ecological degradation, digital technology, climate changes, challenges to well-being. Kate has developed a unique youth-centered research process in finding and putting them to use in a reimagining education. She is leading the Partnership for Youth and Planetary Wellbeing, which works across the Americas for many youths and communities as they find ways to live well on their digital warm platform. This afternoon, Professor Telechuk will be sharing with us today and presenting towards relational well-being with and for youth and the digital warming world. Good afternoon, Professor. All the best in your presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arlene Smith, and to my colleagues who sorted me out and got me into the right place. I was sitting somewhere else in the ether. So thank you very much to the organizers of this incredible event. I've already learned so much over the last couple of days. And I'd like to speak to you, but first of all, acknowledge that here I am in Northern Ontario, Canada, on the lands of the peoples of the three fires, the Ojibwe, Odawa, and the Potawatomi, and the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe Nation. And that's where I'm sitting today and recognizing and with gratitude being on that land. So I'm going to run my own timer, but I appreciate you holding up your sign as well, Arlene. That's very helpful. So here I go. I have 3 points that I'd like to make today in this short presentation. The first is to speak a little bit about the UNCRC General Comment 25, which is the new comment that has to do with the rights and well-being of children and youth online. And it's pretty exciting movement to have that comment to think about. However, my second point is that there is, similar to what the last speaker was saying, there are some gaps, still very individualistic. And I'd like to share some data with you from work that we've done with what we call young cyborgs, young people online, where they look at the paradoxes and the illogic of the culture of the digital world they live in, and help us understand why it isn't just an individual issue, although it can be dealt with in part that way. And finally, I'll just share a few early thoughts about this notion of relational digital well-being that I'm working on with my team in some other projects. So the first point is around the UNCRC and the internet, and I'm sure you all know they were born, both of them in the same year, which is 1989, and which is pretty interesting to think about. So obviously the notions of provision, protection, participation of the UNCRC have shifted quite a lot over 32 years, and not in any small way to try to grapple with the whole way in which we live in the techno-scientific digital world. So the first quote I have is from Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the World Wide Web. And in his words, it was to share information, access opportunities, and collaborate across geographical boundaries in an open and democratic place for all. And that's what he said in all of his big excitement in 1989 when he created it. And the bottom quote is him, Berners-Lee, in 2021, saying about his lovely internet that he's still an optimist. He's standing on the top of a hill with a nasty storm blowing in at my face, hanging onto a fence, gritting his teeth and hanging on, because it's not any wonder anymore that we can't take for granted that the web will necessarily lead us to wonderful things. And as these speakers and others will hear today, there are all kinds of problems in the internet and being online. So enter into that conversation, the UNCRC and the general comment in 2021 about the rights and freedoms of young people online. And I won't go into detail on it. I invite you all to have a look at it. It was written in relation to all the member states thinking about and writing into the committee. And also they spoke with 710 young people and children. And they came up with what I have here, notions around protection of rights, legislation, law, regulation, coordination of looking for state bodies to pull together government, business, parents, educators to try to write and set rules, to listen and consult with children and youth, to help regulate, to help ensure consequences for those businesses and others who are breaking the rules around privacy, surveillance, modes of surveillance, and to allocate resources to monitor, to help with research, policy, outreach, et cetera. And given the UN General Comment is so new, I think it's incumbent upon all of us in our own places and with our own states to watch and be thinking about what it is they're doing in each case to bring the UNCRC General Comment to where it needs to be. So the Five Rights Foundation wrote a, just going to try and move this, sorry folks, wrote a children's version of the comment, which is really lovely to see. And they workshopped it with young people, and they boiled it down to this notion that what they learned is that young people need and want access to the internet. Governments are responsible for protecting online rights. Parents, just as the last speaker said, need support in both understanding the complexity of the digital world and also how to help their young people and themselves find balance in the world. And of course, we need input for and by young people at all stages in the work. So at this moment, there are still gaps in knowledge and implementation. Arlene, I can't see your sign. Is it a 5? I'm
10
sorry.
minutes.
Oh, I see it. Thank you so much. Thank you. And the gaps are around exactly what the last speaker was saying, that it's still too individualized, and the comment is all around, as we know, UNCRC languages around what states should do. And then we have to watch if they will in fact do it. What we need is more understanding of the quality of experiences young people are having online. It's not just access or how many hours they spend, but what's actually going on there. How is well-being affected? We need more longitudinal evidence. We need to understand these ecologies outside of these individual parts of being online. And of course, we need many more youth-centered methods in the online world as it emerges. So enter into that a project that I've been working on now for 10 years, Youth in the Digital Age. And I'll just say a few things about the first phase of this that took place from 2014 to about 2019, where we talked to young people about what it was like to have a cyborg existence, to be part of this world in which machine and person were somehow interspersing and intertwining, and also how they felt about being datafied, that there was this kind of vampiric notion that businesses were involved in the datification in drawing dollars and data from young people every time they made a click and turn, which now we're more aware of than we were in the past. So we spoke with 105 young people. They then were able to invite friends into a conversation with their digital shadows. So then we had 40 other dyadic interviews. So there were 185 youth voices, and we asked them to share social media with us as well. And I'm just going to cut to the chase around what we found from that. The findings are published in a book that came out in 2019, our book, Youth in the Digital Age. And in general, these young people were incredible in letting us know about the tensions and the paradoxes and the illogic of the digital online world. So for example, these many-faced cyborgs, young people talked about, you know, each face that I've got online and who I am online is very carefully cultivated, pruned, edited. This one young person said, I'm a cyborg. I don't see techno faces existing outside of my real face. They're created and adopted into my person. I am them, they are me. Or they talked about they, that is big tech, don't ask for consent before they change policies or change how things will be distributed. So a photo that you might have wanted to send to a couple of friends is now seen by everybody. Or these kinds of sentiments that they would say around the tensions. For example, people can enslave you with the technology, or you can be liberated. It depends on who's using it. Is it a high school girl to get a boyfriend, or is it a tyrant who can enslave an entire nation because he can control the media? Or another young person, it sounds like Orwell's 1984 out in the digital world. Maybe down the road, you're going to be watched in everything you do by somebody like the government. And finally, forms of resistance I can practice are directly related to the complexity of current technological climates in which I live and must live. And for this young person, and for many of them we spoke to resist, to try to resist would be to disappear socially and totally. So, you know, you get a sense of they're in there, they're living in there, and kind of left to their own devices, where we need to do better as societies, parents, educators, civil society, to help young people navigate this. So, thank you. They're out of balance, I would say. There is all of this paradox young people were speaking to us about. You know, the technological worldview is healthy, it's also unhealthy. It's monolithic, it's all made out of the United States. But on the other hand, they can use it as a tool. They feel they're dependent on it, but also in control. They find it oppressive, liberating. They make connections, but they also can see that humanity is nasty out there. They talked about this global village, but also the polarization of society. You can find truth there, disinformation, it's free, it's full of surveillance. And that was the overarching abiding sense that we were getting. And so I just will start to conclude here by saying that's telling me that if we're looking at something about well-being for young people and we're trying to include the digital world, we'll have to grapple with these connections between the places that young people live and the deep tensions that they're having in paradox. For example, in some new work that we're doing, young people live in this third space between the Anthropocene and the Technocene. So yes, they're in digital technologies with tools and platforms, and they're also grappling with and living with ecological damage, climate change, mass extinction. So their relational well-being comes from being in those spaces. And our questions are around how do we design and use these technologies for good? And how can we support young people who are trying to do so in the work they're doing around climate justice work, for example, because they are using tools and they want to be sure they're not being surveilled. And they're able to make tools that actually help the situation. So for example, youth climate justice work, this was the Climate Strike Canada. Young people are thinking, okay, we're going on climate strike, but what we really want to talk about is increased problems to human health and the environment of technology as part of the climate striking around e-waste and other sorts of problems. So they themselves are living in this deep kind of third space between ecological justice and technology. And we're yet unsure as to where that will land. So we're doing some work with UNICEF Canada at the moment around thinking about a model for digital well-being. And we're seeing that digital technology enters into each of these domains of well-being. And these are domains of well-being that young people and children themselves say that they're interested in thinking about in terms of their own well-being. It isn't just health or mental health, although that's really important, but all of these pieces of equity, relatedness, education, work and play, their engagement, affordable, sustainable life, and health in a holistic sense all matter to their well-being. So I won't talk about this slide, it's too complicated, but we're trying to map out everything that we would want to speak to these young people about in terms of how they're grappling with this digital moment and the logic and illogic of it. So I'll just end then once again saying thank you so much for the invitation, and also to end on an invitation to people. We've started a partnership for youth and well-being in the Americas. We call it Go Well Youth. And at the moment working in Belize, Chile, Canada, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and would like to invite anyone who's interested in some of these ideas into the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Very insightful. I'm just so excited to hear more conversation as we continue. And remember, we will be doing our question and answers to the end of this segment. Our next speaker this afternoon is Ms. Mala Ramesa, a graduate from the University of the West Indies with a bachelor's in psychology, special, and a master's in applied psychology. She is currently pursuing her PhD in psychology at the University of the West Indies with a concentration of juvenile delinquency. She is employed as an instructor at the Department of Behavioral Sciences. Her broad research interest is in the psychology of adolescent violence, which includes an exploration of the causal factors of such behavior, child abuse, youth offenses, and also criminal behaviors, unemotional traits in adolescent criminal behaviors. So this afternoon, she will be presenting to us student engagement during the COVID-19, understanding the contributing factors within the ecological framework. There are some non-presenter authors, which is Dr. Christine Descartes and Mr. Steve Dorica. Thank you so much. All the best in your presentation.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we are.
And the slides are visible, right?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Okay, so not to be repetitive, but yes, today I'm going to present on student engagement during COVID-19, and we are structuring it within the ecological systems framework. Now, this is just some preliminary analyses from a much larger study that's actually still ongoing, where we look at both adolescent and child populations. And the study really originated when we started to deconstruct the impact of the pandemic, and we noticed that the academic performance of students in primary and secondary school seems to be really affected. In fact, looking at the primary school, we noted that 7.7% of students who sat the secondary entrance assessment exam had to resit between 2020 and 2022. Now, we know that there'll be several factors which have contributed to the academic performance, and we really want that these factors should be considered within the context of the pandemic, because there are unique circumstances. So if we have to intervene meaningfully to provide psychological support and enhance the academic performance of these students, then we must also consider the role that the pandemic played. So we discussed some of the possible contributors, and we considered that currently the academic performance that was observed was really that low academic performance. It was really overshadowed by the merits that online learning could have brought to the classroom. Traditionally in Trinidad and Tobago, the schools have relied a lot on the face-to-face type teaching methods, and they didn't infuse a lot of technology. Now, at the same time, during the pandemic period, there were a lot of economic challenges for families that affected the family unit. And these were really because of those direct stay-at-home protocols. So with this, there was that consequent decline in household income that translated into parents not being able to provide the technological support for their students as they have to manage this online transition. We actually observed in Trinidad and Tobago that as at December 2021, there were over 24,000 applications for salary relief assistance. And then further challenging the dynamics of family interactions were the increased reports of domestic violence that occurred not just here, but also globally. So the present study proposes that these conditions would contribute either directly or indirectly to the child's academic performance through the process of school disengagement. And the primary concern here is really on the child's adjustment during this period, the impact on their psychological well-being and development, and to also determine whether there's any indication of reintegration challenges when they were to return to in-person teaching. We know that a negative school experience can affect a child's self-esteem, which has implications for their future quality of life and can significantly impede their development and critical socialization skills. So the major theoretical support really came from Bronfenbenner's ecological systems theory. Right, okay, sorry, my slides were stuck. Right, so it came from Bronfenbenner's ecological theories and Vygotsky's, particularly we looked at the zone of proximal development. Now, the ecological systems theory, it explains how the factors within the child's social environment can interact with each other and with the child to affect the development. And the complexity of the environment is something that would increase. And as a child develops, that complexity correlates with the child's physical and cognitive development. Now, where the child is an active agent in the environment, affecting the environment and being affected by the environment, theoretically then, there should be a positive impact on the child. No, it can then be argued that if there's adversity in any of these systems of the systems theory, then it's likely that there would also be a negative impact on the child. So just very briefly, the ecological systems theory proposes 5 systems. The microsystem is the one that's most proximal to the child, and this is where we have the institutions of the family and the school. So the factors that affect the child in that system are the ones that are most likely to have the strongest impact. And then we have the second layer, which is the mesosystem, and that's where we have those connections between the institutions of the microsystem. So for example, communications between the parent and teachers. The other systems, as they move away from the child, become a little bit more distal in their contributions to the child's academic performance and will affect the child indirectly. So for example, changes in the exosystem in terms of the parent's workplace, where during COVID-19, they had to actually see the forced closure. That could impose financial strain, and with that, it could affect the interaction between the parent and the child. just briefly, there's the macro system. The macro system is the wider and larger part of the child's social system. And this is the part where there's a lot of laws, the culture, values, and so on. And what happens in this system is that it transcends the previously mentioned systems. And then finally, there's the chrono system, which is really a time dimension. Now, of importance of this study is the micro and the macro system. So the macro system made those decisions to have stay-at-home measures. And with the forced closure of sectors of the economy, there was a lot of financial strain that may have contributed to family conflict. And some of this may have actually been amplified because of the psychological distress because of the pandemic and isolation. So for some families, this could have potentially escalated into instances of intimate partner violence. And witnessing IPV is something that is of concern for the child because they are more susceptible to developing emotional, cognitive, and behavioral challenges, which in turn affects their socialization. Now, the academic performance of students is something that's influenced by several factors, but the most paramount is really the parental support. And parental support includes things like monitoring the child, providing guidance on their schoolwork, active participation in school-based activities. So where there is family conflict and psychological distress during the pandemic, it's hypothesized that it will affect the quality of parenting, specifically in a negative way. So just very quickly, the zone of proximal development, it talks about that gap between the child's current level of development and their potential level of development. And the way they navigate through this is really with the guidance of a competent other who could be an older peer, a relative, a teacher, a parent. And what's critical here is the quality and the nature of the interactions that guides the student. So we're looking at things like discussions, encouragement, providing explanations, and even using the self as a model that the child could learn a lot of non-instructional behavior. So there are certain parameters that assist the child in narrowing this gap, things like conditions where the student will feel safe, where they can embrace challenges in learning. So it's reasonable to argue that where there were these abrupt changes because of the pandemic, during a child's early stages of development, it could hamper their learning process and potentially even stall their development. And within the classroom, these children are required to have mastery in academic performance and social interactions, which are very critical to their self-efficacy. And if it is that they are unable to do this, then they have a very unfulfilling school experience. And in turn, the child is less likely to want to engage and make the necessary effort for school activities. So against all of this, we came up with 3 broad research questions, which were whether the online learning period, if that had any impact significantly on teachers' ability to deliver their content, to identify what was some potential contributing factors to students' disengagement during this period, and to determine if there were overall challenges that were experienced by both teachers and students that could hamper the learning experience. So just a brief look at the methodology. We used a phenomenological research design to collect data on those proximal factors, of school engagement. And we did this by really focusing on a focus group with the teachers in order to gain their perception of the students' engagement during the online learning. So we are presenting right now on the findings of one focus group in the school in the Southern District. There were 6 teachers who participated, and they taught children in standards 3 and standard 4. And from this data, we conducted some thematic analysis, and we found 5 broad themes. So just to go very quickly through the findings of the themes. The first was unconducive home environments for learning. Now, we observed that there was a lot of variability in the conditions in which students logged in. We had some instances where students sat on the floor for the entire time. There were a lot of distractions and noise in the home environment because of so many people being in the home. There were also instances of parental aggression, and in one situation, a student inadvertently left their mic on, and loud and verbally abusive language could be heard coming into the Zoom room, and the teacher actually had to end the Zoom session. There were also instances where there were distractions from neighbors. For example, a neighbor in one incident was so loud with their music that the child actually reported she couldn't hear what was taking place in the class, and unfortunately, she did not have a pair of headphones to use. With theme 2, this one refers to improper parental involvement and supervision at home. Now, this ranged both from the lack of parental supervision to an over-involvement, and both of these had a very negative impact on the child's academic performance. So where there is a lack of supervision, it really seemed like parents had a very unrealistic expectation that their children would have the self-regulatory skills required to stay logged in. Naturally, as a result of this, there were a lot of counterproductive behaviors that emerged, like students asking for a bathroom break and leaving and not returning. There was also a lack of support and cooperation from parents in the disciplinary aspect of classroom management, which posed a serious challenge to teachers who were already challenged with the online method. There was even one instance where a parent came onto the Zoom room during class to confront the teacher about disciplining their child. So theme 3 was inadequate student assistance. And this one was of particular concern because there was very little support, and where there was support, it seemed to be very inadequate. So it firstly stemmed with internet connectivity issues, which is a major challenge. And a lot of students, when they got bumped off of the classes, they had a lot of anxiety and frustration because they were missing out. Of concern were those who had learning disabilities and mental health issues. They were not properly accommodated for. Some parents realized the fatigue that their child would be experiencing because of having to use an aid and be online for this long, so they discontinued the use of an aid. The aides were also found to be very unqualified because the teachers said that they were OJTs who had no specific training to deal with mental health issues and learning disabilities. Additionally, there was a lack of psychological support. There was one guidance counselor who would come in once for the month and meet with the entire class, but there were children who had very critical issues that they needed addressed, a lot of fear of contracting COVID-19 and anxieties. As a matter of fact, when they reverted to in-person teaching, one student actually did not return because of the seemingly debilitating fear in contracting the virus. There were also in theme 4 technological and transitional issues, and this was something that affected both the teachers and staff. With respect to, both the teachers and students. With respect to the students, they were really inhibited because of the lack of peer socialization. Teachers reported that some of their students had a lot of variability in their adjustment. About 85% in one class were adjusted, 50% were adjusted in another class, and generally these students were very eager to return to in-person teaching. And theme 5 had to do with improper support and inadequate support from the Ministry of Education. There was a lack of support for both teachers and students in terms of accessibility of devices, internet connectivity issues. Teachers did receive training in the use of some of the platforms, but that training came very, very late. And they actually critiqued the training because of the characteristics of the trainer, and as well because of the mode of delivery. It was really ineffective. So these 5 themes actually categorizes the factors in the child's environment that would contribute to academic performance. And for those who experience a combination of all of these, then we could only imagine that their academic performance would have been a lot more affected. Now, positive parental involvement in the school activities is very critical for the child's academic performance and their well-being. And these children tend to be more motivated and engage a lot in the school material. So the positive involvement includes healthy communication with parents and teachers, but we observed a lot of contentious interaction. So we could only expect then that the quality of the child's input and engagement was quite low. I know my time is running, so I'm just going to go ahead and skip to the next discussion point, which comes back to the support for these students. These students who have mental health issues and learning disabilities, they are already challenged with completing their homework because of the characteristics of their disabilities. And if these challenges are not properly addressed, it intensifies as the child gets older. And what happens is there's a misalignment between what is cognitively demanded of the child and what the child is actually capable to do. And stemming from this is very critically their self-efficacy, which is partially shaped by trustworthy feedback from teachers and from tailored activities and feedback from specialist teacher support, so people like student aides. And this is something that was really missing from their online school experience. So their academic self-efficacy shapes the extent to which they would persist and engage in with all of their cognitive effort. So stemming from all of this research, we did have some very nice recommendations really that came from the teachers, which is really that there need to be an adjustment in the schools to adapt to more modern methods of teaching, which closer aligns with what happens outside in the real world. So you can better position students to navigate the use of technology and a dynamic environment outside of the school. There must be trained student aides to deal with the specificities of learning disabilities, and there needs to be greater support for teachers when they have to deal with these challenges. So in closing, my conclusion is that education is something that remains one of the most important domains in any country. It is necessary for the continued improvement of our human capital, and the management of the needs of both teachers and students is of paramount importance, particularly with those authorities tasked with overseeing this domain. And the oversights by the Ministry of Education, improper parental supervision, unavoidable physical conditions in which some of the children were forced to attend classes were undeniably significant contributors to poor academic performance that we've observed during the online period. So this is the end of my presentation. I know I went over a little bit, but I do thank you for not stopping me.
No, actually, Mala, we wish to thank you. And you were on the button.
Oh, wonderful.
You were on the button. So you didn't take anything on the button. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gents, we have two more presenters for this section today as we focus on contributed papers. Next, we will have Ms. Jainab Schwelt. Ms. Jainab Schwelt is a PhD candidate in sociology at the West Indies, at the University of the West Indies. Her PhD dissertation applies causal modeling techniques using part analysis to explore the effects of maternal employment on juvenile delinquent behavior of adolescents attending secondary school in Trinidad. Her expertise in statistics for the behavioral science has seen the success of many students whom she have lectured and tutored at the University of the West Indies. Her method of approach invokes a very interesting utilizing a structural equation model to her current study. This afternoon, Ms. Schwelt will be presenting to us a paper on the effects of maternal employment and juvenile delinquent behavior of adolescents attending secondary schools in the Victoria Education District, South Trinidad, a cross-sectional Latin factor analysis. Latent factor analysis. Again, you will look out for my little clues, and all the best for your presentation this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jainab Schwelt, and I would like to express my appreciation to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present at this conference. I will be presenting on the effect of maternal employment on juvenile delinquent behavior of adolescents attending secondary schools in the Victoria Education District, Southern Trinidad, a cross-sectional latent factor analysis. So I'll begin with a definition by Sigel and Walsh of juvenile delinquency. And juvenile delinquency, also known as juvenile offending, is an act of participating in unlawful behavior as a minor or individual younger than the statutory age of majority. Juvenile crimes can range from delinquencies such as underage smoking or drinking to criminal acts such as property and violent crimes. Crime and juvenile delinquency are said to be the result of broken and dysfunctional families, peer rejection, failure or disruptive behavior at school, gang membership, and incarceration. And this is according to Ryan et al. 2013. Mrs. Jennings-Smith also viewed her thought about juvenile delinquency in the second session of the 11th Parliament, 2016-2017, when she stated that there is a great amount of bullying taking place in our nation's schools today, fighting, violence, and these things are happening because they are modeling what they see in the communities and even at their own homes. This concern for the welfare of children was also highlighted in the second session, the same second session of 11th Parliament by the Honorable Mr. Samuel, who stated that, and I quote, according to the annual report of the Children's Authority 2015 and 2016, I recognize a trend with reported persons responsible for abuse and mothers are high. 34.5% reported responsible for abuse are mothers. In many instances, there are no families or the families are not the best spaces for those children. The juvenile delinquency behavior phenomena has been inadequately researched, especially with the use of primary data in the 11 to 19 age group. That's according to CPSA 2014. School violence, indiscipline, and delinquent behavior in school is a Caribbean-wide problem. The problem of JDB results in moral panic among citizens, as well as negatively affecting peers, family members, and others in society. As the family unit continues to be held responsible for juvenile delinquent behavior, the increase in the female labor force participation is also being seen as a cause of JDB. JDB is a complex, JDB or juvenile delinquent behavior is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon. The relationship and interrelationships between maternal employment and JDB can be best addressed using a structural equation modeling framework, which has the ability to model several interrelationships simultaneously. As all the predictors associated with juvenile offending have not been fully explored, there is a need for continued research using new measures, new approaches to both understand why juveniles offend and to prevent juveniles from offending. To date, there are no known published or unpublished studies to focusing on the interrelated effect of maternal employment on the delinquent behavior habits of adolescents in Trinidad and Tobago. This study seeks to redress the limited knowledge in this area. Research carried out in other countries, for instance, in a Korean study by Lee et al. 2013 may not be generalizable to adolescents in Trinidad and Tobago because of different sociocultural norms. World Bank data for Trinidad and Tobago in 1990 reported a female labor force participation rate of 36%, which has steadily risen over the last 3 decades. Female labor force participation in Trinidad and Tobago has consistently outpaced that of the Caribbean, Latin American average, as you can see on the graph, but falls behind that of high-income countries. The line graph, which is the solid line, depicts an overall increase of female labor force participation for Trinidad and Tobago from 39% in 2000 to approximately 43% in 2016. This study evaluated the direct and indirect effects of maternal employment on juvenile delinquent behavior by testing a theoretical causal model of delinquency informed by socio-demographic variables and social bonds in the Victoria Education District of Southern Trinidad. The research question addressed was, what are the direct and indirect effects of maternal employment on juvenile delinquent behavior of adolescents between the ages of 10 to 19 years in the Victoria Education District in Southern Trinidad. Now, these are the hypotheses tested, and I know I will not have sufficient time to read all of them, so I'll read just a couple. And these are the non-hypotheses. Maternal employment does not result in higher levels of JDB. Socioeconomic status does not mediate the relationship between maternal employment and JDB. There is no relationship between maternal employment and JDB while controlling for male gender and age. This study also applied the elements of social bond theory to understand the pathways from maternal employment to JDB. Attachment, which is the emotional component of the bond, emphasizes the need for emotional availability of parents and caregivers to prevent JDB. Commitment and involvement are the rational components of the bond, and where commitment and involvement in school-related and conventional activities leave little time for delinquent behavior. As we all know, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Belief, which is a moral component, refers to an individual's confidence and acceptance of societal norms and values and the respect for authority. JDB is extensively researched globally. Multiple variables are found to be associated with juvenile offending. For example, maternal employment has been found to have a direct effect on JDB. The literature also shows that low parental supervision increases the likelihood of juvenile delinquency. Commitment to school-related activities and involvement in extracurricular activities translate into less idle time and reduced juvenile delinquent behavior. Socioeconomic status has also been found to impact behavior, as studies have shown that adolescents from low-income households have the tendency to deviate more. A study done by Reka et al. 2015 found that males between the ages of 7 to 18 years offended more when their parents' socioeconomic status was lower. Peer association is also found to be a predictor of juvenile delinquent behavior. Research also shows that chronic delinquents and violent offenders usually continue into the adult years. A study done by CPSR 2014 found that in Trinidad, males tend to engage in delinquency more than females. There are also indirect paths from maternal employment to juvenile delinquent behavior. For example, maternal employment has been found to have a direct effect on JDB. The literature also shows that low parental supervision increases the likelihood of juvenile delinquent behavior. Commitment to school-related activities poor quality of relationships at home also tend to result in juvenile delinquent behavior. Negative peer association is another indirect path from maternal employment to juvenile delinquent. Right, so this is the conceptualized baseline model, and I conceptualize a direct path from maternal employment to JDB and indirect paths via low levels of supervision, negative peer association, poor quality of relationships at home, and socioeconomic status. The green arrows represent positive effects and the orange arrows represent negative effects. There are also higher order indirect paths via negative belief and high levels of commitment involvement. And it's unfortunate I cannot go through all the pathways to delinquency in detail. So the cross-sectional survey design was used for this study. The measurement instrument used to collect data for the study was a self-developed questionnaire that was pilot tested to establish the content validity and to improve questions that the participants can easily understand. Focus group discussions were conducted in the early stages of the development of the questionnaire to obtain a clearer picture of the types of delinquent acts that adolescents between the ages of 10 to 19 years engage in. Approval from the Ministry of Education and parental consent were obtained prior to data collection. Participation was strictly voluntary, and all data collected were anonymous as there was no identifying information to link the respondent to the questionnaire. In 2015, the population in the school district consisted of 11,739 registered students in forms 1 through 5. A survey conducted by De Lyle et al. In 2010 demonstrated that this region comprises of students of diverse ethnic groups and socioeconomic status. Proportionate random sampling technique was used. Questionnaires were administered to a sample of 1,175 students at the 10 secondary schools displayed on the map. which included a mixture of high-performing and lower-performing secondary schools from both urban and rural regions. EFA was performed in M+ version 8, where 49 manifest variables were identified with eigenvalues greater than 1.30. EFA was performed on the 12 juvenile delinquency behavior variables separately. Factors in the EFA analysis were used to create the measurement model based on eigenvalues of more than 1.30. 2 factors of JDB were identified through EFA, minor offenses and serious offenses. 2 baseline models were created, minor and serious JDB. The parts for the baseline models were modified to improve model fit, and fit indices were assessed for model fit. Direct and indirect parts of maternal employment on serious minor and on minor and serious JDB were assessed. These figures represent a demographic breakdown of the sample. Female respondents marginally outnumber the male respondents. The majority of respondents identify themselves as being of Indo-Trinidadian, followed by mixed Caucasian, followed by Afro-Trinidadian race. There was approximately an equal representation of respondents from levels 1 to 4, with relatively fewer respondents from levels 5 and 6. The mean age of the respondents was 14.5 years. The percentage of respondents by school range from approximately 7.2% to 13%. Now, this is the hypothesized baseline model, and the model fit was satisfactory with a CFI of 0.85 as shown on the right, highlighted on the right, on this left, sorry, and a TLI of 0.84, a RMSE of 0.04. The fit is good, but there are insignificant parts, and those parts are from maternal employment to low levels of supervision, maternal employment to poor quality of relationships at home, and 3 others. And this model was respecified. What I could have done was just exclude these parts and provide my findings. But structural equation model, that's the beauty about it. You are able to, that's a standard practice where you are able to respecify a model. So respecification resulted in a better fitting model.
I apologize, Ms. Schmidt. We'll just give you a few seconds that we on the hour. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the respecified model, and null hypotheses 1, 4, 6, and 8 were rejected. This is the serious JDB model, and this also was respecified because of insignificant parts. And the respecified model showed respecified model had a better, it was a better fitting model with a CFI of 0.87. Null hypotheses 4, 6, 7, and 8 were rejected. And well, I had a comparison of the minor and serious model where there was a significant direct effect of maternal employment on minor JDB. There was no direct effect on serious JDB. There were competing effects from maternal employment to serious JDB in the serious model, and that was negative through negative peer association and high levels of commitment and involvement. Maternal employment had a combined total positive effect, direct and indirect, through negative peer association on the minor JDB model. These are the conclusions. Maternal employment significantly increased minor JDB, both directly and by increasing negative peer association. Maternal employment had no direct effect and conflicting indirect effects on serious JDB by increasing high levels of commitment and involvement and increasing negative peer association. So to place these findings in context, it appears that when mothers work, adolescents tend to associate with negative peers, which is highly related to delinquent behavior. As adolescents get older, they are also more likely to be less supervised, which is higher for males, and are more likely to be delinquent. Thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. Schwell. We wish to thank you so much for your contribution to research. And ladies and gents, for this segment, we have our last panelist for this section. This afternoon with us will be Mr. Andel Andrews, an international relation, communication, and research professional. He is an independent researcher, and his research interests are in the LGBT community in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Commonwealth Caribbean, voting behavior and political culture, public and digital diplomacy in the Caribbean, and in the sex industry in Trinidad and Tobago. He's currently an MPhil candidate in the governance, and his research is entitled "And Examination of Government Policies Towards the LGBT Community in the Commonwealth Caribbean, a Socio-Political Perspective." This afternoon, he will be presenting to us "Being a Transgender Youth in Trinidad and Tobago, a Social Legal Perspective." Good afternoon, sir, and all the best in your presentation. Again, look out for my little clues of the timers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much to the team that put this conference together for allowing me to present. So this afternoon, I will be presenting "Being a Transgender Youth in Trinidad and Tobago, a Socio-Legal Perspective."
I believe that our presenter is having a little technical difficulty. We do apologize. Thank you.
Hello, I think I got my internet was a bit unstable just now, so it bumped me off.
Are you getting through now, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. We do apologize.
So my apologies. So yes, so I was saying what my research questions, I focused on 4 research questions. One was, do transgender youth face discrimination in society and from their families? How have transgender youth coped with social discrimination in the absence of laws and social protection in Trinidad and Tobago? And what are the demands of transgender youth? And finally, what has been the role of the state in protecting transgender youth in Trinidad and Tobago? The methodology for this research looked at an explorative approach through a qualitative methodological research design. It incorporated both primary and secondary data. Primary data was obtained through semi-structured interviews, or what we would call elite interviews, and informal discussions. And given the nature of this research, a non-random sampling method was used. Through the use of snowballing or chain referral, 16 persons were interviewed via a mixture of in-person, via telephone, and Microsoft Teams. And throughout the process, I reiterated that the confidentiality, given the sensitivity of the research. For this research, I want to point out that I defined a youth as someone between the ages of 10 to 35, which was taken from the National Youth Policy of Trinidad and Tobago. Since I'm examining Trinidad and Tobago, I use that definition. So one of the first things I looked at, what does it mean to be transgender? And there's so many definitions, and sometimes it's confusing. But all in all, being transgender means that you choose a gender that, or someone who chooses a gender that is different from their sex that they were given at birth. Now, there were many types of transgender from this research that came up. There was non-binary, genderqueer, gender non-conforming, agender, bigender, or other identities that reflect their personal experiences. Also, another thing that I did through this research, I asked my participants, what being transgender mean to them? What does being a transgender youth mean to them? And some of them said it's a state of mind more than about the body parts. It's like you get a car from a dealer and it's boring, but you know it can take you somewhere. In it, so you fix up the outside so it could reflect what's on the inside. It's about independence, being able to walk down Frederick Street with my handbag and be who I am. But something that was very prominent, that it was also confusing, not just for persons on the outside, but it's also confusing for persons on the inside who are transgender. So some of the interviewees said that it's an experience, but it's also confusing. It is about figuring out where you fit.
Again, our presenter is having some technical difficulties. We do apologize for any delay, sorry. Our presenter seemed to get bumped off. So we do hope that he reconnects. And again, we do apologize to our audience. Mr. Andrew, may I suggest that maybe you turn off your camera and see if you will get stronger connectivity there?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I was working fine all the time. Sorry about that.
Absolutely.
Right, so as I was stating earlier on, that this research is going to be broken up in several parts. So I'm going to look at being a transgender youth as related to the family, the education and school, access to healthcare, society, and lastly, legal policy perspective. As it relates to the family was defined as I use the extended family for this because as many of us live in, as this research is based on Trinidad and Tobago and in the Caribbean, many of us come from extended families. And the family is seen as the first agent of socialization. It's where we learn our morals, our values, is where we get that sense of self. And for many transgender youth, they talked about the contentious relationship between themselves and their family, which is grounded and rooted in a lack of understanding. Religion played a huge part in that, as many of them spoke about their family saying about pray the trans away. However, something that through their experiences, one person was told us about running away from home because they couldn't take the pressures of living with their family, so they ran away. Another one gave their experience where they told their gay uncle about them being a transgender, and the uncle literally told them that no one would love them because you are transgender. And to me, this was a bit disheartening because your family is supposed to be your place of protection. And for many transgender persons, they did not see that. There was also a shift in attitude of within the family. So many of the interviewees spoke about their family becoming a little more tolerant. And that we saw that through the research as well. But it moved from lack of understanding and not acceptance, but to tolerance, which is a positive. There were some families who accepted their loved ones for being transgender, but they were in the minority. Additionally, I looked at the education system and school. Now, the school is supposed to be the second agent of socialization, and it sometimes take up the slack when there's a deficiency in the family. Many of the transgender youth spoke about feeling uncomfortable and disconnected in the education system. And one of the things that they brought up was the fact of the use of the bathrooms was one of the things that they spoke about. And with that, many of them spoke about how persons would look at them within the school system and make snide comments towards them. They were bullied, they were called CC, Bullaman, all sorts of names. And it wasn't just exhibited by students alone. There was one of the interviewees said that even at their university experience, they painted something that was LGBT, and their lecturer literally told them they will fail them if they submitted it. They also felt a lack of protection within the school system, as they believe that they have no course of redress. They can't go to their teachers because some of them are not out. They can't go to their parents because there's this contentious issue, so they just felt trapped. However, there was none of them spoke about having any physical abuse. However, verbal, physical, and emotional abuse is still important. When we look at it as in access to healthcare, one of the most important issues facing transgender youth is access to healthcare. Many of them feel uncomfortable when accessing healthcare because they believe that the medical practitioners don't understand them and can't meet some of their needs. In a recent study among future transgender, thank you very much. In a recent study among future transgender in a study among future doctors, one of the things that they brought up is that they should have transgender, they should be trained in how to deal with transgender persons. Mental health was also an issue, as many of them, because of the trauma and discrimination, they access therapy and they feel, and one incident came up where one interview was speaking about how they had to literally tell the therapist and explain to the therapist how it should be handled, and they found that it wasn't really meeting their needs. And finally, one of the biggest issues is access to hormonal treatment. While it is available and it's free to members of the public, transgender persons cannot access it because they need a prescription. Additionally, the research has shown when many of them can't get this, they get it through the black market, which is harmful to them, and they could lead to death and other medical complications. Now, another part what I looked at was the society. And in the society, there were many issues. It ranged from social cohesion, where they felt that they wasn't a part of the society. It looked at dress. They have to be one person. They have to dress a particular way not to be victimized and taken advantage of. There was also issues of access to public services, where persons, one incident was where a person was trying to seek something from the Ministry of Social Development, and the social worker, instead of trying to help them, lamented to them about Adam and Steve. Lifestyle is wrong, instead of trying to assist them. Many of them had the issues affected them, that some of them had a lot of depression. One was at the brink of suicide. So, and they were not able to cope with the situation properly. There was also discrimination in employment. And in a recent study I did, one of the biggest issues that face transgender persons is in seeking employment, where they are discriminated, and some of them go into the sex industry. They mistrust, many of the transgender youth mistrust the police, and they don't trust religion. They have issues with religion, which should be somewhere where they feel safe or where they feel a little bit more protected. They feel victimized. Given the time limit, I will just touch briefly on the legal perspective. As it relates to the legal perspective, there is no laws that protect transgender persons in Trinidad and Tobago. When we look at the Equal Opportunity Act 2000, which is supposed to protect persons on the basis of their sex, race, ethnicity, origin, including geographical origin, there's nothing that protects somebody from with their gender identity or their sexual orientation. Even though recently we had Jason Jones issue, the Jason Jones matter, it still would not address the issues of transgender persons. Well, and then look, policy-wise, the child policy, even though the child policy speaks about creating safe spaces for our children and protecting our children, they don't address gender identity or sexual orientation. The National Youth Policy, giving young people an equal footing, they speak about giving young people an equal footing whereby they can realize their goals and their dreams and their aspirations, but they don't address issues that transgender persons face. And even our gender policy, which has been a bandied about topic, it still has not, we still don't have a gender policy. And one of the things that has been highlighted is that there's a fear that many have argued that because it needs to have gender identity and sexual orientation in it, that's why the government has not produced a gender policy as yet. As I just want to briefly just talk about the UK. The UK has one of the most progressive laws towards transgender persons. They recognize gender recognition and discrimination. The Gender Recognition Act of 2000 provide that a person 18 years or older who has either lived as another gender or changed their gender, even if done under the laws of another jurisdiction, can apply for a gender recognition certificate. They also protect transgender persons from discrimination, harassment, and victimization in their Equal Opportunity Act of 2010. Now, in closing, I would just like to say that, while the absence of laws and social cohesion has created invisibility and disempowerment among transgender people in Trinidad and Tobago, the solidarity among transgender people cannot be missed. There is a strong familiar bond and camaraderie among transgender people in Trinidad and Tobago. The deceased Brandy Rodriguez has been recognized as a trans mother to most transgender youth in Trinidad and Tobago. The Transgender Civil Society Organization, the Trans Coalition of Trinidad and Tobago, have created a safe space where transgender people can fellowship and be themselves. And from this research, while transgender persons have faced many discrimination, transgender youth have faced many discrimination, one thing I want to highlight is this family that they have created to support one another. But they have also recognized that while they have faced discrimination, they're in a better place than the people who came before them. So there is some movement within society towards the treatment of transgender persons. And with that, I have so much I could say on this topic, but time is limited. And I thank you for your attention. I thank you for giving me your listening here. And I'm open to all questions, and I hope I can share more with you. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for all the panelists. We want to say again, thank you, Professor Kate Tilakchuk, Ms. Chantel Cummings, Dr. Leah Ligon, Ms. Mala Ramisa, Ms. Jaina Schwelt, and Mr. Andel Andrews. Thank you so much for your dynamic presentation. I did see we just have a short period of time for question and answer, just a few minutes. I would have seen a question prior from Laika Kuf, but I'm just not seeing the question again. So I would like to take this opportunity to ask Dr. Sin Bernard to bring to us any remarks at this moment. Thank you, Sin.
Yeah. Yes, hello?
Yes, sir. Would you like Dr. Sin Bernard, would you like to any
Remarks
remarks at this moment?
Remarks in what context?
No, well, I know that we only have about 5 minutes before the last panel for this afternoon.
Okay.
So I am thinking of if I have not seen any questions in the chat. I know it's 5 minutes. So from your good office, what?
Okay, well, what I was thinking, I thought there might have been 1 or 2 questions, and I also thought perhaps, you know, if you said 5 minutes more, given that I understand that one of the panelists in the following session will not be presenting, that perhaps we could give the panelists in this panel another 5 to 10 minutes to address any questions, comments that people may have from the floor. So that's what was going on in my mind. And then we can move right into the last panel. So I don't know if that's possible, if people might have had any questions, because we had 5 papers being presented and 5 very interesting papers. And I would think, you know, there might be 1 or 2 members in the audience, in the virtual audience, who might have some questions or comments. So I think we can give them another 5 minutes max, perhaps 10 minutes if it gets a bit engaging, and that's it.
Thank you. So I think the approach we'll use is if marketing could spotlight our presenters, and we could ask the audience, the virtual audience, they could raise their hands and they could ask a question to any one of the panelists. If there's any question. I know I saw one in the chat, and then, yes, it was really dynamic presenters, and there's such a mouthful. So would anyone from our virtual have any questions that you could just lift your hands and ask directly to them, please? Thank you. I know in the chat, everyone is saying, thank you so much, very interesting.
Well, it doesn't seem as though anyone is coming forth with respect to questions or comments.
Well, maybe what we could do is give each presenter the opportunity just to give us some closing remarks before we close off this segment.
Yes,
so,
I think that's
Professor, would you like to start? Thank you.
That's me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I suppose what I'm really excited about is to hear the next panel, and once again to open up the invitation to people who might be interested in collaborating on these kinds of dynamic issues of what well-being actually means to young people in the digital age, and to try to create with many people in my team a partnership across the Americas where we can learn from and support young people from many different places around what well-being means, how will they get there in the digital age, and how will they use digital tools for good in this process. So once again, I just thank you, and I'm open to receiving emails or questions or answers around an invitation to be part of the partnership. Thank you.
I see that I think Ms. Sharon Sargent has a question that you would like to ask. Would you like to unmute yourself? Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's not so much a question, but I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Andrew for his presentation here in Barbados. I find that I am sometimes faced with lots of boys who have issues, you know, with their sexuality, and there's not a lot of support to really help these boys. And sometimes we find that we get some behavioral problems, and when we really look at the root of the problem, it's really, you know, like you said in your opening, that your mind does not, you know, meet your body. And that's really, for us, we see that, you know, some really serious issues that these boys are going through. And I really like the idea of your presentation, and I would like to chat with you more. So I just wanted to say to you, very good presentation. And we here at Tribe can really relate to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Mr. Andrew, there is a question also in the chat with regards to the bonding, the success with regards to bonding of the family. Is there any success as it pertains to transgender youth? So you could answer all.
Can you
I
repeat
think he got bumped off
Can you
again.
repeat the question?
Oh, you're hearing. Also, the question
Yeah.
someone was asking in the chat is with regards to if there's any success with regards from your research, feedback on family bonding and acceptance by a transgender youth.
Yes. So thank you so much for that question, because one of the things that I saw in my research is that when transgender youth felt love within the family, they were able to have a sort of a better life. But however, again, in the research, one of the persons identified that their family, because in trying to protect them, they homeschool them, and it also affected them because they had issues in dealing with the outside world, with the discrimination that they would have faced on the outside. So they had issues of socialization, on dealing with discrimination. So while the family thought it was a good thing to protect them, there were also some drawbacks. But from my research, what I saw was that many transgender persons spoke about a shifting attitude in their family, that at first they were not tolerant, but with time and with a little more education, they became a little more tolerant to the issues. And in some instances, some of them, they were just tolerant because they just love their child. Some of them said they would love their child, but not the sin. So, but that's what my research showed. And thank you so much again for your question.
So could you give us a closing remarks?
Well, for me, I hope that within the future, we could have some policy changes. We can try and understand our transgender youth, our LGBT youth, and that we could have some sort of legislative change where, as the Equal Opportunity Commission always says, we want to create a society that is free from discrimination. And right now, they say that it's not really free from discrimination because certain persons are not protected. So I hope in the future that we can see some policy changes, some legislative changes, but not just that, but in the attitude of our people towards transgender persons. And so that I thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your contribution. Ms. Chantel Cummins, your closing remarks.
Yes, I would like to say thank you again for the opportunity to present. And I would really like to encourage parents, especially, to have that conversation with children as it regards to their online safety, because we know they are out there, but we need to know exactly what they are doing to safeguard them.
Thank you. And it's Dr. Leah Ligon here to make her closing remarks.
No, she isn't. Because of the time difference, she left because she's 5 hours ahead of us.
Oh, okay. We thank you so much. Ms. Mala Ramisa, what will be your closing remarks?
Hi, thank you. So my closing remarks really just brings me back to what is the scope of the current project that we're doing. And coming from this, because our sample is just about close to about 1,000, that's just the student population, we are seeing some very critical themes emerging. And we need to really take stock and understand the psychological well-being of students and not minimize it, but bring that more into the spotlight, because things like self-efficacy and self-esteem are really critical contributors to academic performance. But more importantly, and specific to this research, is to shift the narrative away from just solely looking at academic performance as being an outcome of something, but it's additionally a contributor to school disengagement, where the outcome is dropping out and a poorer quality of life. So we are hoping through this research that we could, add to that shifting narrative, where we have to look at other things in addition to academic performance and not just academic performance as an outcome.
Thank you so much for your contribution. And Ms. China Shoel, you have to unmute, please. You have to unmute, please.
So my closing remarks, I would like to thank the organizers and everyone involved for giving me such a brilliant opportunity. It was very informative, educational, and it was, a lot of information. And I would really like to get researchers to assist me in really moving my study to different educational districts in Trinidad and even out there regionally. So that is a plan that I really, would like to see come to fruition sometime in the future, to replicate my study at the Victoria Education District, because I think I got some very interesting findings. And most of the time we tend to want to move away from what is really happening, and we tend to look at what has been happening all the time. For instance, we tend to look at just fathers being the problem in the home, and we don't look at the other aspects as well, the other factors. So I think that what I have really pulled out and what I've really unearthed is very interesting, right? That there are mothers who are out there who, it's different now from, let's say, 3 decades ago. I remember 3 decades, 4 decades ago, my mother was there doing everything for me, not working. My grandmother was there. Then I ended up in the labor force, and it's different. My daughter, she's in the labor force. So times are changing. We are in a dynamic environment, and we have to, according to Dr. St. Bernard yesterday, his study on the family was done since 1995, and nothing has been done since. And there are so many changes taking place. We are in a dynamic environment, and we need to keep doing research, keep looking for, there are new things, there are new factors, there are new variables out there, and we need to be working to really uproot and we cannot get to the bottom of it. There's no quick fix. But what we could do is try as a community to be relevant and to be current, right? So I thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gents, panelists, participants. And we have come to the end of this segment. And I want to thank you all so much for the opportunity to be your chairperson for this afternoon. So thank you so much, ladies and gents.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Janelle Duncan, and I'll be your chairperson for today's session. And today's session is entitled Manifestations of Young People's Exposure and Practices in Response to Social Media, Revelations from Central America and the Caribbean. So each panelist will have 15 minutes for their presentation. I will give you a time check when you have 5 minutes left left and then 1 minute. As was previously mentioned by Dr. St. Bernard, we have a change in presentations for this afternoon. So the presentation entitled Social Media, Youth and Violence by Ms. Barahona, Mr. Pineda, and Mr. Cruz will not be presented. At the end of today's session, there will be a Q&A section. So make sure you have all your questions ready, and we will jump straight into our first presentation. The title of our first presentation is Use and Abuse of Social Networks in Dominican Youth and Adolescents by Ana Luisa Reyes Serrano and Sarah Guillermo Jimenez. Ana Luisa Reyes Serrano is a research assistant at the Pontifical Catholic University of Mother and Teacher, specialist in Montessori education, degree in education with a specialization in Spanish language and social sciences, extensive experience in civic and citizen education, and co-author of the book Donne Favolous in 2021. And Sarah Guillermo Jimenez is a professor at the Pontifical Catholic University of Mother and Teacher, PhD in education, psychologist, master's degree in education with a specialization in socio-pedagogy and in moral and civic education, extensive experience in teacher training, and she's part of several research teams. So we will have her presentation start now once she's ready. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. ¿Se escucha?
Yes, we can. See?
Buenas tardes. Como ya se ha explicado, nosotros vamos a presentar en español porque se nos hace más fácil. Vamos a presentar los hallazgos de uno de los componentes que hemos estado trabajando en la etnografía institucional con la Facultad de Trabajo Social de la Universidad de Radisson. Nuestra participación se llama Conferencia Virtual, Uso y Abuso de Redes Sociales en Jóvenes y Adolescentes Dominicanos. Y los datos fueron recogidos mediante entrevista en el año 2019. Ana va a presentar rápidamente porque yo tengo mucho problema con la conexión a internet y creo que lo de ella es mejor. De todas maneras, estaré aquí pendiente para cualquier aclaración y ayuda. Adelante, Ana.
Gracias. Gracias, Sara. Buenas tardes para todos y todas. Como bien comentó la doctora Sara, nosotras vamos a estar presentando una investigación titulada Uso y Abuso de Redes Sociales en Jóvenes y Adolescentes Dominicanos. Este es un estudio que es también parte de una investigación que se ha realizado para un equipo de investigadores en Centroamérica, en el Caribe, sobre el sistema de protección a los niños, niñas y adolescentes de los países que participaron dentro del estudio. Fue liderada por la Facultad de Trabajo Social de la Universidad de Ryerson, Canadá, en Toronto. Básicamente, en esta investigación nos propusimos algunos objetivos bastante específicos. Entre ellos estuvo identificar a qué edad los chicos, los jóvenes, inician con el uso de las redes sociales, qué contenido buscan, qué difunden en ella y para qué lo usan, para qué usan ese contenido que encuentran en las redes sociales, y además cuáles redes sociales son las más frecuentes, cuáles ellos utilizan con mayor frecuencia. Además, también uno de los objetivos que queríamos era ver el contenido violento, si consumían o no, o producían o no contenido violentos, y la percepción que ellos tienen de estos contenidos. Determinar también si la creación y difusión de material violento a través de redes sociales en la que interactúan estos jóvenes va a contribuir o no a otras formas de violencia, e identificar finalmente, como bien comenté en un principio, cuál es esta red social que ellos más utilizan para comunicarse. A manera de contexto, en la República Dominicana vimos el Internet por primera vez en 1995, a partir de 1995, y los cambios en la comunicación fue a todos los niveles, desde la comunicación per se hasta la educación. Es decir, que el Internet vino y revolucionó toda la forma en la que nosotros nos comunicamos. Se popularizaron diferentes equipos electrónicos, diferentes dispositivos electrónicos cada vez mucho más inteligentes que los anteriores. Los jóvenes que participaron de este estudio nacieron en ese momento, en el momento de la llegada del Internet a la República, por lo que desde el principio manejaban el uso de los dispositivos electrónicos, a diferencia de sus padres que no tenían tan claro el uso, además que se estaban iniciando en todas estas nuevas tecnologías. Es bueno también observar que en las universidades muchos de estos jóvenes servían de instructores para algunos de los docentes, instructores en tema de tecnología y de uso de las redes y de los dispositivos. Estos datos que se recolectaron en el 2009 se realizaron mediante una entrevista. Los jóvenes fueron seleccionados de manera intencional con edades entre 18 y 24 años. Pertenecían a varias zonas de la República Dominicana y antes de participar dieron su consentimiento firmado en un documento para los fines. Fue una entrevista estructurada con preguntas abiertas. Estas entrevistas se grabaron, se transcribieron y luego se presentaron en el informe. A manera de resultado podemos observar algunos detalles interesantes. Uno de ellos es que la mayoría de los jóvenes encuestados comenzaron a utilizar las redes sociales a partir de los 16 años aproximadamente, en la etapa de la adolescencia, siendo Facebook la red social más utilizada, luego WhatsApp y finalmente Instagram. El contenido que ellos comparten lo hacen a través de videos, de fotos, videos y finalmente memes en un tercer lugar. La mayoría de los chicos entrevistados dijeron en algún momento recibir a través de las redes sociales contenido violento, como peleas, abusos, maltrato. Dijeron que no compartían este tipo de contenido porque consideraban que incita a la violencia y que podía ser perjudicial para el bien de la familia y de los niños. La mayoría de estos chicos afirmó que comparten estos contenidos cuando lo hacen, que lo comparten como un hábito propio de la juventud y además para hacerse eco de los casos violentos que no deben de repetirse. Una minoría afirmó que utilizan los dispositivos móviles para grabar y reportar casos de violencia, que no conocen en la mayoría de los casos a las personas que están siendo grabadas y que a pesar de todo esto le genera una sensación de incomodidad y de malestar emocional. La mayoría de los chicos dijeron no conocer a estas personas, pero que a pesar de eso sí publicaban y compartían estas grabaciones que hacían. En general, los jóvenes expresaron que no recomendaban compartir contenidos violentos en redes sociales, que pues eso reconocieron que podría provocar que podía repercutir en la conducta de los niños y adolescentes e hicieron en medio de la entrevista un llamado a la conciencia ciudadana para descontinuar esta práctica de convertir en viral contenidos violentos para construir y ayudar a contribuir a la creación de una sociedad y de nuevas generaciones. A manera de conclusión, fue evidente que los chicos entrevistados son asiduos usuarios de las redes sociales, consumen múltiples contenidos, incluyendo dentro de este contenido violento, pero también fue esperanzador que en la mayoría de los casos los chicos manifestaron no sentirse bien ni estar de acuerdo con la promoción y la difusión de estos contenidos en las redes sociales. Estos resultados además ponen en evidencia la necesidad de que los organismos y las autoridades dominicanas que tienen que ver con la protección a los niños, niñas y adolescentes, aprovechen estas plataformas para promover una cultura de respeto y de convivencia pacífica. Además, las redes sociales son este espacio que nos posibilitan crear y a un grupo de personas, compartir propuestas, compartir ideas, compartir espacios para trabajar estas necesidades que son comunes. Ayudan además las redes sociales con el tema del aislamiento que viven muchos jóvenes, que les dificulta la comunicación presencial. Sin embargo, se comunican libremente utilizando las redes sociales. Pueden encontrarse con amigos, con familia, con personas de otros países que nunca han visto, que no ven, y además estar al tanto de estar conscientes, de estar conectados con la cultura, con el idioma de otras personas. Sin embargo, a pesar de todas estas cuestiones positivas, esta investigación puso en evidencia que la mayoría de los jóvenes que hacen uso de las redes sociales no tienen conciencia real del peligro que corren cuando publican alguna de las informaciones, como su dirección, como su número de identificación personal, su número de cédula,